Hey, let's play Brandin Podziemski the most on my team. Let's give him the majority of playing time because that always works against the good team. No, it doesn't. What a huge surprise. Kerr, Mr. Obtuse, gives Brandin Podziemski the most minutes. And what like he always does against good teams, he lays an egg. Just poops himself. Tonight, no exception. For 3 quarters, the Golden State Warriors put up a fight. The effort was there. They gave the Spurs a bit of a scare. I'm a poet and didn't know it. No, sorry, I'm being corny as F. But the fourth quarter was a completely different story. The San Antonio Spurs defense started to lock up, and the Golden State Warriors go into the All-Star break 29-26. Still without an identity. What will the final third of this Warriors season have in store for us? Well, we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about that huge report by Anthony Slater that came out today, detailing basically the final year of the Jonathan Kuminga experience and the pettiness of the Golden State Warriors and how they handled that. I'll go through the story in detail. There's also some minor factual corrections I'll provide on the report because there were a couple things in there that actually were not technically true, and I'll explain what I mean. And yeah, so that's the show. And last but not least, I'm going to talk about an interesting lunch I had yesterday with a longtime Bay Area media member. Dude has influence, used to have a huge audience. And I want to share this lunch because it really, I don't want to say opened my eyes, but reminded me as to what the Kerr apologist crowd represents. And it's almost like I can safely now box them in terms of like a type for who just will steadfastly pretend that Steve Kerr is a genius, even though he's absolutely not. We'll welcome the audience. We'll play some sound. We'll show you another piece of evidence that shows Stephen Curry actually liked Jonathan Kuminga and that he wasn't complicit in all the DNPing and all the mistreatment and this catastrophe that we see now with this Warriors franchise that, again, going nowhere. If you rooted for this team to lose tonight, I don't blame you, because before we start the show, I want to share a story with you really quickly here. In 2012, Mark Jackson's first year with the Golden State Warriors. And I want to set this up in terms of context because I already forgot who he replaced. So bear with me for 1 second. And this was the 2011-2012 Golden State Warriors. Again, this was Mark Jackson's first year, and it bears mentioning. They finished the season 23-43. Is that like an injury-shortened season? How could that be the record? Hold on. Oh, it was a lockout year. So he took over during I forgot all about that. 2012 was a lockout year. The Warriors finished 23-43 in Mark Jackson's first season. And the reason why it bears relevancy to today is because toward the end of that first season, the Warriors were in a bit of a pickle. Their draft pick the next year, I forgot who owned it, but another team owned it. However, it was either top 7 or top 8 protected, meaning that if the Warriors finished the season at least trying, right, doing what this Warriors team is doing now, like trying to finish strong, try to make the playoffs, they were going to lose what would turn into one of the most invaluable draft picks in Golden State Warriors history. And if someone in the chat can remember the exact scenario there in 2011, 2012 pertaining to that pick. I forgot who would have gotten the pick if the Warriors had finished strong. I bring that up 2011, 2012, because in Mark Jackson's first year, instead of finishing out the season strong, you know what they did? They tanked. And that was the first clue to me that the franchise was in good hands, because tanking is smart. This is a recurring theme going on in the entire NBA right now. It's a storyline because you have a lot of teams right now mailing it in. There's a lot of rhetoric that the Warriors' last win Monday against the Grizzlies was a tank job by the Memphis Grizzlies. And if the Warriors were smart, Keith Smart, by the way, no pun intended, was the head coach in 2010-11, and then Mark Jackson took over in 2011-2012. If the Warriors are smart, that's what you plan for, because when Mark Jackson subtly decided he's going to tank his team, it resulted in the number 7 pick in the draft the next year, which turned into Harrison Barnes. And Harrison Barnes not only was an instrumental piece for the Warriors' first title and the 73-win season, but he got flipped for Kevin Durant, who eventually got flipped for Andrew Wiggins. It was one of the pivotal moments for the dawn of this dynasty. And you have Hamza in the chat saying, I completely disagree. Why would we tank? Because Steph or no Steph, what the hell are you going to do this year? You think Stephen Curry, just by himself, at 38 years old, which is what he turns next month, with runner's knee, is going to magically carry this squad? Come on, man. The smart play is tanking, getting a good pick in one of the deepest drafts in NBA history, because that is one of the only options you have for improving this roster. Free agents don't want to come here. There's only one way to build an organization organically, which is what most teams have to do, because most organizations are not the Lakers and have free agents just falling into their laps. And again, man, there are massive silver linings for the Warriors losing games like these. You might have a shot to get a good pick in one of the deepest drafts in NBA history. Side note, if you're a little sadistic, and I feel you on this, and you want them to lose because it increases the odds of them moving on from Steve Kerr, I get that rhetoric as well. But I'm focused much more on the draft pick. If there's a cherry on top with Kerr being bounced out after a subpar, mediocre season, all the better. But tonight was yet another example of why, to me, Steve Kerr is just one of the most overrated head coaches this game has ever seen. And there was quite a bit of framing in this piece tonight from Anthony Slater that left you wondering, oh, great, another media member blowing smoke to make Kerr look good. There's also an interesting little subplot regarding sycophant media organizations going out of their way to make Kerr look good. I'll explain what I mean in just a second, and that ties in directly to even more evidence that Stephen Curry was not complicit in the DNPs. Stephen Curry, yet again, showing public support for Jonathan Kuminga in light of that story that came out today. We'll talk about all that. We'll talk about the Warriors dropping one tonight, the last before the All-Star break, to the San Antonio Spurs, 126-113, the final at Chase Center, in a game where the Warriors led for most of this game. They had as much as a 16-point lead, but then the Spurs kicked it up a notch. The Spurs playing the second of a back-to-back, so you could see the lack of energy, at least at the start of the game, and then they ramped it up. But yeah, and again, a huge surprise, Brandin Podziemski leading the team in minutes against the San Antonio Spurs. In what world does that make sense? And there's only one person responsible for the minutes on this team. the guy that a lot of you just will endlessly, till your last breath, apparently, stubbornly, will defend. Yeah, Hamza, Pods, 36 minutes. What the F? Led the team. Justified that. Jamal Brown asking, well, will they actually get rid of Kerr this offseason if let's say the Warriors season just kind of derails and heads south? I don't know, but it can't hurt with that scenario. I promise you that. If the Warriors overachieve this season, yeah, he's almost definitely going to come back for what would likely be a farewell tour next year. So we'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. It's Wednesday, so congrats on getting over the hump. Hope all you folks are doing well out there. And let's break down the mess that is the Golden State Warriors. We're powered by FanDuel. The program's called the Golden Days. Let's go. Welcome to the program. My name is Cyrus Saatsaz, your host for the evening. You can follow me on Threads and Instagram at DogWild. Over on Twitter, my handle is @SurfJournalist. The program on both platforms at Golden Days Pod. And maybe most importantly, you know who the hell I am, unlike every Kerr apologist on the socials who shockingly are all anonymous. Makes me wonder, how many burners do certain folks have and family members have to come out and defend themselves in a more vitriolic manner that they could not do publicly otherwise? I'm right here. And we're going to post the link as well if you want to come on the show. If you want to push back, if you're just a Kerr ride or die to the end, if you agree with the sentiments of this individual I had lunch with yesterday, I'm not going to name names. It's not worth it. It's irrelevant who this person is, but the sentiments is shared by nearly everyone in this sycophant media culture. It's shared by every casual Warriors fan, and it's frustratingly disappointing in terms of why we have this media culture that continually just props this man up and just has a hard time criticizing him. It's asinine. It's utterly insane. But before we get to the show and we talk about this game as well, the Warriors and the Spurs, let's give some love to FanDuel, the official sponsor of the program, and also the official sponsor of the Believe Network, which we're proudly a part of. What up, Believe? What I want to look at here for the line, because the Warriors don't play again. It's officially All-Star break time, and we're going to have some guests on the program. I'm excited for that as part of a catch-up with some folks who haven't been on the show in a while. But I'm looking at my schedule right now. That's usually what I'm doing when I look at my phone. And the Warriors' next game is a week from tomorrow, a week from Thursday. The Warriors are back in action on February 19th when they host the Boston Celtics. And they're going to have 2 more days off after that before they host the Denver Nuggets. Those are the next 2 games coming up at Chase Center. So it should be a hell of a ride. The Warriors will have a mini 2-game road trip after that Denver game on Sunday. Next Tuesday, or basically 2 weeks from now almost, they will travel to New Orleans, play a game at the Pelicans, and then the very next day play a game at the Grizzlies before coming back. So even though it's a back-to-back road set, could be worse in terms of the strength of opposition. The Pelicans and Grizzlies, not just 2 of the worst teams in the NBA, but 2 tanking teams, just like what the Warriors should be doing. But in terms of the All-Star game itself, when the format for the All-Star game started to change, in other words, once upon a time, the All-Star game was East versus West, 12 on 12, and that was it. Go play, go have fun. That's your All-Star game. And they started tinkering with it because, like all All-Star games, interest began to wane. And I don't think there's a coincidence with the All-Star format beginning to become antiquated, irrelevant, largely because the very purpose of an All-Star game was for fans who did not typically see these star players to be introduced or reintroduced. And now we have social media. Now all these guys have their own podcasts and they all have their own social media accounts you can follow 24/7. The mystery is gone. There is no need for introductions or reintroductions. The game itself is not competitive. Why are we even doing this still? Makes no damn sense. With that said, there still will be an all-star game, and I brought up the whole format change because until they change the format, and more specifically, I'm referring to this Elon ending that they have now, which does make things more exciting because you suddenly in the fourth quarter have this like goal that you're aiming for, and you know exactly when the game will end. It kind of turns into a baseball game where you have a tie game in the ninth and the next runner wins, or an overtime game in either in football or maybe even basketball. I don't know. Point is, the ending becomes more riveting. It becomes more entertaining with the Elam ending. The reason why I'm bitching about it is because before the Elam ending, whatever it's called, the over-under on betting the All-Star game was the easiest money you could ever win. It was a joke. And the bookies kept raising that number on the OU, and I just keep betting the over. And there was a run there, I think, for 20 years, starting with the late 90s until the Elon ending or Elam. What I forget if it's an M or an N at the end. What is it? No, I got to look it up. Every time I have these questions myself, I'm like, you know what? Instead of just wondering and leaving the audience wondering, I like Google right in front of me, so I'll just type it up. So it's Elam. M is in Mary to end it. The Elam ending, where again they eliminate an actual clock and they have a point total that is calculated through the first three quarters of the game and the totals there. So the Elam ending ruined an incredible run, at least for me and everyone else who bets on sports, because I kid you not, I kept track of this shit. 20 straight years. I won the over 19 of those 20 times. It was unbelievably easy money. And then the Elam ending came. Elam ending was introduced. So right now, I bring that up because the OUs on these games, like for example, USA Stars versus USA Stripes, that's what they're calling the two teams. The OU's 82.5. I have no effing clue if that's going to hit. USA Stars versus the World, OU 81.5. Okay. USA Stripes versus the World, OU 81.5. Sure, whatever. If you're curious to know who's favored in these games, USA Stripes is your favorite. I don't know who's on that team. I don't care, but they're favored by 2.5 points to beat the USA Stars, and USA Stripes is a 1.5 point favorite to beat the World. The USA Stars team, by the way, is a 2.5 point underdog to both the USA Stripes team and to the World team. So whoever USA Stars is on that roster, they're your underdog. Simon too, pulling out an old Charles Barkley shtick, saying R.I.P. Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson's rolling over in his grave. And I'm pretty sure he's happily alive, right? Anyway, so that's your line courtesy of FanDuel. And when we talk about this game in particular, the Warriors and the Spurs, again, a final score 126-113. It was a game where for three quarters, the Warriors were in, if not in control, certainly fighting with a competitive spirit that kept them in it. The Warriors started this game on a tear. In the first quarter, more specifically, they dropped 38 first quarter points. Now, the Spurs had 31 of their own, but defensively, they could not stop a Warriors team that in that first quarter had 13 three-point attempts, and they made 5 of them. And that was part of the 38 points that they dropped in. A lot of just cutting action that kept the Spurs defense on their heels. Things were humming for your Warriors. Second quarter of this game, the Warriors were outscored at this point. The Spurs started to ramp it up. The Spurs outscored Golden State 32-29, but the Warriors still went into the half with the lead. They still led this game, I believe, by 4 points. 67-63 was the halftime score. Then in the third quarter, the Spurs keep chipping away, but the Warriors were fighting. And when the fourth quarter arrived, this was a tie game. Even Steven. Stevie Kerr. And then the fourth quarter, however, the Spurs just remembered who they were and put the Warriors away, outscoring them 32-19. Our FanDuel player of the game is Draymond Green, because he put up an unbelievable stat line, and he was doing okay defending Victor Wembanyama. Wembanyama was not exactly looking comfortable out there. He wasn't exactly dominating out there. And a lot of that was Draymond Green's defense. And offensively, Draymond was doing just enough to help his team out. Did hit 2 threes in this game. I wanted to give this award to DeAnthony Melton, largely because Melton was 5 of 6 from deep and had himself a night. But Draymond came 2 assists shy of a triple-double, and he tied for the team lead in scoring. So if there's any objections to Draymond getting the award tonight, let me know in the chat. I'm taking a look right now. But Draymond Green, the old wily veteran, our FanDuel player of the game. The box score from him, 29 minutes, 42 seconds of play. Efficiency was not a strength of his, not a weakness either, but at least shooting-wise, 6 of 14 from the field, 2 of 8 from deep. So he only hit 25% of his threes. You take away those three-point attempts, and he finished the night 4 of 6 from inside the three-point line. He grabbed 12 rebounds in this game, came just 2 assists shy of a triple-double, had 8 assists. And by Draymond standards, the turnover line was not bad either. And you could definitely make an argument that the Warriors, in terms of turnovers, in terms of not giving the ball up easily, that's a huge factor behind what kept them in this game. Now, the Spurs also played a clean game tonight. The Warriors finishing this game with 12 team turnovers. And again, 12 is not a high number. It's not something you brag about, but it's not egregious either. However, the Spurs had just 10 turnovers on the night. But Draymond Green, again, 2 assists shy of a triple-double, just 2 turnovers, which, again, by his standards, relatively speaking, a very low number on a night like this. And Draymond Green also had 2 trips to the free throw line, 3 of 4 from the free throw line, 17 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists for Draymond Green, our FanDuel player of the game tonight. So kudos to Dre. Oh, and Hamza bringing up, is that true that his 2 turnovers came at the very end? But it wasn't a close game at that point, was it? I don't recall this game being competitive toward the tail end of it. But anyways, and if you think there's someone else who's worthy of player of the game, brother, player of the game honors, bring it up. Simon 2 in the chat asking, can we get one of the Boozer brothers in the draft? I feel like Professor Armando Laura has been doing an excellent job researching the college game to find out how the draft's going to look for next year. And look, truth is, it's been a while since I've personally, with content that we do here on YouTube, podcast, wherever you catch this show or any other show I've ever done, it's been a while since we played the college analysis game. I'm going to have to reach out to Kristen Peak and get her on the show way sooner than usual. Maybe try to get her on twice, get some other experts in the college scene as well to give us a proper update on who we should be looking for, who we could be potentially excited for. Who are we anticipating here in terms of coming in and giving the Warriors a desperate boost from a talent perspective? And then me personally, I for one of many reasons, would much prefer a new head coach, because we've seen what this guy does with young players. So if the Warriors do get a high pick in this year's draft, keep that kid away from Steve Kerr. And I'm talking a 10-foot pole held and separated between those two. I don't want Steve Kerr anywhere near any young talent ever again. Enough evidence there in terms of that man damaging the product. And the fact that the one product he has faith in is Brandin Podziemski. Yeah, he doesn't know how to evaluate talent. It's obvious. Now, the box score, I mentioned DeAnthony Melton played 25 minutes, 6 seconds. He's still in the minute restriction. Very efficient night shooting. 6 of 7 from the field, 5 of 6 from deep. Finished the night with 17 points, added 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. It was a good night from DeAnthony Melton. He played a huge part in the Warriors leading early on, and the Warriors staying in this game until near the end of it. The second half of the fourth quarter, it started to get carried away, and the Spurs took some control. Guy Santos, statistically not the best night for him, but I thought he was still very impactful. The Warriors would not have been in the lead early, would not have stayed in this game throughout, if not for his contributions in 29 minutes and 46 seconds. He only had 9 points in this game, but he did have 5 boards, 6 assists, and an astounding 4 steals for Guy, a.k.a. Guy Santos, but he was also 0 of 3 from deep. The Warriors put up 47 three-point attempts tonight, another strategy of being three-point chuckers, and it kept them in the game for 3 quarters. But of those 47 three-point attempts that they threw up tonight, only hitting 16 of them. That's good for 34%. You can live with that, but as evident by tonight, unlikely you're going to win games when you're chucking it up that much and you're only hitting 34%. The three-point shooters for the Warriors tonight included Moses Moody, who was 3 of 8 from the field. From beyond the arc. Moody tied with Draymond and DeAnthony Melton for the team lead tonight in scoring. Moody, Green, and Melton each dropping 17 points. Moody doing so, 3 of 8 shooting from beyond the arc, adding 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and did gather 5 fouls in this game. So did Guy Santos, neither fouling out, however. So Moody with another solid performance. He finished the game second in minutes, playing 35 minutes and 1 second. And Pat Spencer, the energy was an awesome contribution for the 5th of the 5 starters for the Warriors tonight. And if you're thinking to yourself, why did Pat Spencer not finish this game? Good question. Now, Brandin Podziemski did. And what I don't understand is, what is the point of not starting Brandin Podziemski if you're going to close with him, if you're going to give him all the minutes? Makes me feel like Brandin Podziemski not being a starter on this team is an excuse for Steve Kerr to not answer questions about him. It's a lot easier to hide a player from the media, from scrutiny, if you're not starting them, right? People have to take a second look to figure out who actually played the most minutes. And so Podziemski doesn't start. For the second game in a row, he finishes with the most minutes on this team. It was cute when you pulled off a 1-point win against the tanking Grizzlies team. It isn't cute when you're playing real competition in the San Antonio Spurs. And so Pat Spencer plays 30 minutes, 38 seconds. Unfortunately, he was one of the three-point shooters tonight whose shot was not falling at all. He was just 0 of 2 from deep, but still a respectable 9 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds. I didn't hate his game tonight. To me, Pat Spencer is not why you lost this game. Now, Brandin Podziemski, this was not, outside of the first quarter was okay for Podziemski. And I was curious to know where this night was going to end up after seeing that opening quarter where, again, the Warriors outscored the Spurs 38-31. And Pods started the game off with clean play. He made his first 3 shots in the first quarter, a perfect 3 of 3 from the field, made his first 3-point attempt, played 8 minutes and 13 seconds of that opening quarter, had 7 points, added an assist, added a rebound. And I'm sure a lot of you folks out there were thinking, okay, this might be a good Brandin Podziemski game. Podziemski's fans are probably losing their shit going, I can't wait to talk shit to people like Cyrus who do not love my Brandin Podziemski. Well, sorry to ruin your party, but Brandin Podziemski did not have a good second through fourth quarters, and he finishes this game in 35 minutes and 57 seconds, again, leading the team in minutes. And there's only one dude who controls those minutes. There's only one dude who has the power to decide who plays and who does not. That's all Kuminga wanted was minutes. But Steve Kerr has favorites. And I'm going to get into that discussion I had with my old friend in just a second. That old friend annoyed the shit out of me, but again, it was a little eye-opening, and I'll share what that discussion was in a second. But Brandin Podziemski, 5 of 12 from the field. That's okay. It's below 50%, but okay. It's not horrible either. It's not bad. It's mid. Now, 1 of 4 from deep. That is bad. That's 25%. The only stat from Podziemski tonight, which was decent, was the free throw line, where he went a perfect 5 of 5. That's where the good news stops. 16 points in 36 minutes is not good. Per 36 is a stat that players like Kuminga would have to look at a lot, because Kuminga could never sniff 36 minutes. 36 minutes is usually reserved for the stars, as Steve Kerr likes to call them. And I bring that up because that was in the story written by Anthony Slater, which we're going to dissect in just a second. So 5 of 5 from the free throw line, 16 points in 36 minutes. Mid. And he got those 16 points on 1 of 4 shooting from 3. Not good. Brandin Podziemski tonight in those 36 minutes, technically 35 minutes, 57 seconds, just 2 assists. 2 for the connector. Moses Moody had 2 assists tonight. Gui Santos had 6 assists tonight. Draymond Green had 8 assists tonight. D'Anthony Melton had 7. Pat Spencer had 4. GP2 had 5 assists tonight. Quentin Post had 2 assists tonight. Podziemski with 2 assists. 2. And Podziemski was part of a bench and a second unit that included Pat Spencer, which was almost entirely responsible for this loss tonight. And when you look at the net rating stats, it's easy to see why. Podziemski was a team worst, and it wasn't close. Minus 27 in net rating. Al Horford, a minus 16. Big Al also came off the bench tonight. GP2, minus 12 tonight. He also came off the bench. Pat Spencer was a minus 14. In case you're wondering, well, Pat started, Podziemski didn't. What's going on there? Again, Steve Kerr, just because Podziemski isn't starting doesn't mean he ain't playing. And Pat and him share a lot of minutes together on that court, unnecessarily so. So Pat was a minus 14. And those 4 players were largely responsible for the team's malaise tonight. Draymond was a minus 5, Moody a minus 3, Guy Santos a minus 1. Quentin Post, who did not see any minutes until the fourth quarter of last night's game, or 2 nights ago, I'm sorry, when the Warriors hosted the Grizzlies. Quentin Post was a plus 1. We saw him a lot earlier tonight. Post finished with 12 points, by the way. 12 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. He was 3 of 5 from deep. And then D'Anthony Melton was a shocking plus 12 in net rating. So take that for what it's worth. But as Teo Irvin in our chat writes, it's hard to be minus 27. Yeah, that's what Brandin Podziemski was. And Big Al Horford, again, not a great night for him. He played 26 minutes, 34 seconds, 3 of 7 from the field, meaning he made all of his 2-point shots. Every bucket that Al Horford attempted inside the 3-point line went in. He was a perfect 3 of 3. Unfortunately, he was 0 of 4 from the 3-point line. Al Horford was not dominating the glass tonight either. Finished the game with 6 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist. Now, this Anthony Slater story. I don't know if you were like me and you woke up today and your phone had all these text messages going, oh boy, here comes the Warriors trying to throw Kuminga under the bus. And I'm going to read you the story verbatim. Because and the reason why I'm doing that, we'll play some music underneath it. And I'm doing that because I'm going to stop here and there to correct some things and or to add some context. Because it's needed. It's absolutely needed. and we'll read along together. I'll literally share the story on my screen. I got to find the story. Where'd that story go? ESPN already bearing that piece way down on their website. Where is it? I have to go to the Warriors team page on ESPN to find it. This story came out this morning. It's already like nowhere to be found on ESPN's NBA page. Buried. Oh boy. If the Warriors go into full rebuild, what does Anthony Slater do? Because ESPN is not paying him to cover the Warriors or the Kings. I wonder if they'll reassign him to like another city. All right, let me find this story real quick here, because again, it got buried. Here it is. It only came out 19 hours ago. Okay. And let me zoom in, and we'll go through this together. It'll be like story time. Story time on golden days. Let me get some tunes here. We'll just be in the club. It'll work for a story as well. Again, this piece came out today on ESPN.com. And following this, I'm going to share with you some after effects, of which there were a few, including Kuminga responding to it, his agent Aaron Turner responding to it. And one person did not even want to be quoted in the story. And that one person, it's important. It is very important. All right, here we go. Okay. And for the podcast audience, obviously I'm reading this verbatim, so you should be able to follow along easily as well. Headline of the story: inside the ugly split between Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors. And for anyone out there going, you're still talking about Kuminga, what the F? I didn't write the story. Anthony Slater did. Direct your ire at him, but there's a lot of good nuggies in this piece. Here we go. Quote: the most actually, you know what? I'm gonna, every time I say start, that means I'm reading verbatim. If I say stop, we're taking a timeout. All right, here we go. Start. The most tense flare-up in what team sources otherwise described as a relatively cordial Cold War between Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr came on the afternoon of December 10th. Stop. Real quick, friendly reminder. Cold War, we coined that term 3.5 years ago when this rift really started with Bob Myers and Steve Kerr. And Bob knew this was coming and said, I want none of this. Peace. Start. The Golden State Warriors had been eliminated from the NBA Cup 2 weeks earlier, giving them a rare break in the schedule. They'd won in Chicago the previous Sunday night and didn't play again until Friday. Kuminga was prepared for the conversation. He knew management wanted to ding him for missing a team-requested event and alert him that someone around him was taking too much food from the family room. The gripes between player and organization, as multiple sources said, had become, quote, petty, unquote, in the fifth year of a relationship many believed should have ended years before. Stop. That paragraph is insane. I don't know what the team requested event was. I don't know if it was a film study. I've never really heard the Warriors organization call a practice, a team requested event. Who knows what that was? Maybe it was just a meeting of some kind. As my dog Bubbers, even he's like, dude, we're going into this again? Yeah, because there's a lot of important stuff to drop. So But besides who cares about the team requested event? But other than Kuminga skipped it, which is kind of interesting. But the fact that he got called into a meeting with his head coach to talk about too much food being taken from the family room. I mean, if I had the South Park Kyle's mom, what, like sound effect, I'd play that, but I don't. In what world do the Warriors care about food being taken from the family room? Now, here's some added context you may or may not care to know. Because a lot of people I saw on Elisa's socials today were and even Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, jokingly evoked Kuminga's family friend, G, who's the sweetest dude imaginable. I think he's technically Jonathan Kuminga's photographer. But again, I believe they grew up together. They go way back, and he's Kuminga's pretty much his best friend. But G is media. So while I don't doubt that G might have access to the family room, I don't think it was G that's being called out here. Because when I go to Warriors games, I see G in the media sections. Like, he's usually got the media credential, not the family credential. So my guess is, in terms of who's taking too much food from the family room, that's directed at Kuminga's romantic partner and or his girls, maybe parents. I don't know if they're not usually in town, but maybe they were. But my strong suspicion is it was Kuminga's. I don't know what her title is, if it's girlfriend, fiance, wife. I don't know, but his baby mama, if you will, and his girls are most likely the ones that were in there eating. And again, the Warriors, for them to care about the food thing, I mean, to give you some added perspective here, the Warriors feed media. Like, every game, if there's one good excuse if there's one thing I look forward to when I go to a Warriors game as a media member, it's a free meal, because they provide that for media. And it's not, I don't know how you gauge the quality of the food, but it's usually hot food. It's usually like, a bunch of trays out. It's, all you can eat. Every media member has to sign in, but I who knows if they keep track of that. I don't even know why they do that, but they do. Point is, I've never once seen the Warriors organization care about something that ridiculously petty. They're feeding us schmucks. The guy pointed with two thumbs pointed his direction. Me. They feed me. If they're feeding me and they're okay with it, I don't see feeding player families as being an issue, unless it's got into a very dark point, as we're going to get into in this story. We resume. Start. Kerr never had much success reaching Kuminga on a deeper level. Typically, one of his coaching superpowers. He'd given him handwritten notes, sent long text messages, tried to connect. But Kuminga rarely reciprocated. Kuminga normally responds dispassionately and sporadically. Stop. That paragraph is to me even more insane than what we just read. And I'll tell you why. One, I normally give Anthony Slater his flowers on this show. I normally praise him and call him a journalist. And I think typically his reporting is superb. But that first sentence there is so ridiculously subjective that I don't know who I'm more disappointed in, Slater or the editor that let this fly. In what world is a superpower an objective adjective? Steve Kerr has superpowers now? But okay, never mind the fact that that's a subjective word. In what world is Steve Kerr considered to be someone that reaches people on a deeper level? Where does that assumption come from? I'd love to find one player in the entire NBA not named Stephen Curry who undoubtedly loves his coach. I'd love to find one guy, just one player, not named Stephen Curry, who would attest to that, who would agree to the sentiment from Anthony Slater in the story that Steve Kerr has a coaching superpower of reaching players on a deeper level. That is so egregiously framed in a manner that makes Kerr look like he's this amazing communicator, that he's someone who connects with his players. And I'm here to tell you bull effing shit. Wrong. Steph loves him because Kerr kisses his ass, and Steph has a good relationship with everybody. That's how Steph rolls. Find one player not named Stephen Curry who thinks this is a superpower. Wordman in the chat writes, do you think Slater getting paid to spin for the Dubs? No, but I think this is one of many examples of people in this sycophant media culture who swoon over Kerr, thinking he's something he's not. It's utterly absurd, man. This is so ridiculous reading this paragraph. I could not believe ESPN greenlit this, because that's what you're supposed to see happen when a reporter works for an organization. It's peer edited. Someone else is reading this to make sure it flies. It passes the smell check, the smell test. How did that pass the smell test? He has superpowers in terms of connecting with his players? Again, bull effing shit. That was wild to read. Now, the other part of this paragraph, which is utterly insane, is following up that sentence, saying that Steve Kerr has this superpower to connect with his players on a deeper level. He follows that sentence up with giving examples of Kerr's attempts at reaching Kuminga on a deeper level with handwritten notes. Like, who still does that? A handwritten note? Like, what are we talking? Is it like on a blank sheet of white paper? Is it like a notebook with like the perforated edge that being torn out of one of those old school like 100 ring notebooks, or is it on a yellow pad, or like what the hell are we talking about here? Is it on a Post-it? Did you write on a Post-it? Love you, dude. What a handwritten note? What's going on here? Phil Jackson used to assign his players complex classic literature to expand their mind, give them fresh perspective, exercise their brain. Steve Kerr likes to write, apparently, handwritten notes. I'd never heard that. But the part that I want to correct for Anthony Slater, because he was grossly misinformed in this part, he wrote long text messages. Those texts weren't long. I saw them. For what it's worth, I literally saw the text messages. Actually, I only saw one, because I only counted one the entire summer, and it wasn't long. The entire summer of Kuminga's standoff, Kerr sent him one text message that read, "Hope you're doing well, kid," or something in that vein. Very short, very to the point, nothing long. I don't know what his definition of long is. It wasn't a long text. And maybe the most important part of all this, why couldn't Kerr call him? In what world does a leader pretend text messages are a more effective means of communicating than interpersonal communication? Reading body language, sensing tone, being able to have a back and forth. But that ain't how Kerr rolls. Kerr doesn't even tell his players he has an open door policy until they're so frustrated they complain publicly to Shams Charania, which is what happened in early 2024. And even after that, Steve Kerr is apparently either too busy or too good to communicate with his players. What the hell is that shit, man? Julian Bashir saying we started this article 12 minutes ago and we're only 2 paragraphs in. It's going to start flying faster. The really crazy parts were early. So, and again, if what I'm trying to give you context with and the added information, if you don't care about that, my bad. I don't. If you don't care, I don't want to share it. I mean, I'm trying to share relevant information here, at least stuff that I have inside knowledge of, and I hope you guys, are at least interested in this. If not, please forgive me. I don't mean to bore you people. Anyways, we move on. Start. In ESPN's several conversations with Kuminga over the past 5 years, it became increasingly clear that he viewed Kerr as the figure most responsible for holding back his career, long defined not by progression, but rather inconsistency, inexplicable DNPs, and tension. Quote, "Go ask the man himself," unquote. He'd say with an eye roll after a few of those no-minute or low-minute nights. Organizational dynamics loomed above, forcing these two into an uncomfortable and drawn-out professional partnership. But Kuminga knew who controlled strategy and rotation. Stop for 1 second. This is the part that I will never understand from the Kerr apologist perspective. They want to paint Kuminga as either this punk kid, someone who's insubordinate, someone who's a diva, while completely absolving all blame and responsibility from the person who holds all the power and the person who's 60. In what world are we giving a pass to the old gentleman with all the power and placing the blame on a kid who's simply asking for opportunities? Start. Inside Kerr's office that afternoon, exasperation boiled over. The discussion went from small picture to bigger picture. Frustrations were let out on both sides. Kerr voicing his displeasure with Kuminga's lack of buy-in and competitiveness toward the team goals, and Kuminga letting out his hurt about Kerr's longtime lack of belief in him as a player. The meeting ended, sources familiar with the exchange said, with Kerr slamming his whiteboard in frustration. Kuminga, incidentally, then went out and delivered what Kerr would later describe as two of the most passionate practices he'd seen from him: running the floor, attacking the paint, defending with force. Quote, "He did the things I asked him to do," Kerr said. "I do feel for him that he has been sort of at the whim of my decision-making," unquote. But just like every brief stretch of harmony between Kuminga and the Warriors, it was fleeting and ultimately doomed, built on a double-layered frustration of misalignment. On the ground level, the player and coach were in complete disagreement on career arc and vision. Above them, team owner Joe Lacob had bonded with Kuminga at a Miami dinner during the 2021 pre-draft process and gripped onto the idea that Kuminga could still become a face of the franchise's next era at several forks in the road. But Lacob was too unwilling to move off of a dream that didn't fit the roster or system, one his coaching staff didn't desire to execute, team sources said. Quote, "Let your basketball people make basketball decisions," unquote, one team source said. Last week, the Warriors finally granted Kuminga's wish and traded him to the Atlanta Hawks for Tingis Pingis, ending one of the strangest 5-season tenures in recent league history. Quote, "Everybody was right, everybody was wrong, everyone's to blame," unquote, another team source said. quote, nobody won, unquote. In late December, amid his third lengthy stretch of DNPs this season, Kuminga started to box up belongings in his Bay Area house, sources close to him said, anticipating a trade and essentially attempting to will it into existence. He showed up when required and cheered for teammates at games, but he had his skills trainer, Ant Wells, in town to do individual training at different gyms away from the facility, feeling an increasing eye of distaste from Warriors management and coaches when he'd work on drills to improve his on-ball scoring and playmaking in front of them. Quote, he hates working out in this place, unquote, one source said, pointing down toward the practice court. Kerr had long made comparisons to Sean Marion and Aaron Gordon, believing Kuminga's best career stretches came as an energy wing who sprinted the floor, operated out of the dunker spot, rebounded, defended with versatility, and didn't need offense run through him. Those high-level role-playing wings, Kerr emphasized, are valued and compensated well. But as Kuminga's career developed, Kuminga believed he'd shown enough in supplementary roles to have earned more consistent trust and on-ball opportunity. Neither happened to his liking, sources said, only hardening his belief that Kerr and GM Mike Dunleavy would only ever view him as a run-fast, jump-high athlete without the requisite skill to be a lead option. In response, both Kerr and Dunleavy would often cite Kuminga's lower efficiency numbers in isolation and in the mid-range as proof of their reasoning. They blamed Kuminga's agent Aaron Turner and those around Kuminga, team sources said, for prioritizing and working, quote, on the wrong things, unquote, away from the facility, rooting his career down an incorrect path. The disconnect affected contract negotiations, and multiple members of the organization questioned whether it was more important for him to win or to win his way. The list of minor comments and subtle jabs about his limitations fueled Kuminga's resentment and soured him toward the staff and organization, sources said, often leaving his closest allies, Turner, Wells, assistant coach Anthony Vereen, Jimmy Butler, and others, to calm and refocus him on the ultimate mission. Kuminga has fierce self-belief in what he can become. A, quote, multiple-time All-Star, unquote, he once told ESPN, which was emboldened only after Kerr was forced to turn to him in the Minnesota playoff series last May when Stephen Curry went down with a hamstring injury and Kuminga went for 18, 30, 23, and 26 points on 55% shooting the last 4 games against a group of Timberwolves defenders his teammates had struggled with. In the lead up to free agency last July, nobody from the organization visited Kuminga, a restricted free agent, in Cleveland during a month of 2-a-day workouts, which only reinforced his lack of belief in Kerr, Dunleavy, and the organization's desire to prioritize and develop him. I'm going to stop there for 1 second and just point out that at this point, why keep him around? You traded him for a bag of chips and Kristaps Porzingis. Why keep him around to this point? Why go through this? The Warriors were so dumb. So dumb. We continue. Start. In a preseason practice in October, the Warriors were working through some late clock offense. Assistant coach Terry Stotts was delivering instruction. The directive to the first unit was simple. Get the ball to Curry or Butler and let them create. The directive to the second unit was more nebulous, team sources said. If neither Butler nor Curry was on the court, they didn't really have much creation. So get the ball up to top to Pat Spencer and run some pick and roll. There was no mention of Kuminga. He steamed about it. Quote, those are all triggers, unquote, Turner told ESPN. Quote, pokes, unquote. Despite the unraveling, Kuminga played a contributing role during various stretches of his Golden State career as a rookie. He started 3 playoff games and logged 138 postseason minutes during the team's 2022 title run. His first true breakthrough came in his second season. Veteran wing Andrew Wiggins left the Warriors for the final 2 months to be around his ailing father. In his absence, Kuminga played 24.2 minutes per game after the All-Star break and averaged 13.2 points per game on 57% shooting as a major role-playing cog in the team's sprint to the number 6 seed. In his third season, Draymond Green was suspended for a large chunk of the first few months, cracking open another door. Kuminga averaged 16.1 points in 74 games and set a franchise record with 138 dunks. During this time, Kuminga believed Lacob and the entire front office backed him. Dunleavy called him, quote, virtually untouchable, unquote, and told Kuminga directly that he viewed him as a, quote, cornerstone, unquote. But extension talks that summer never generated traction. The Warriors, sources said, believed Turner's expectations were far too high, using the 5-year, $150 million contract Jalen Johnson signed with the Hawks as a comparison, and Turner says he believes they never made a genuine effort to extend him, regularly preaching, quote, flexibility, unquote, in talks. Quote, JK's taken off, unquote, Draymond Green said during Kuminga's third season. Quote, that has kind of set the stage for this team. He's a bona fide number 2 option on our team, unquote. But Kuminga often disappeared from the picture when Kerr went searching for an adjustment during a rough patch. The persistent pleas for patience, that he'd be foundational to the team's post-Curry era, grew tired. Kuminga, sources said, felt the messaging became disingenuous and their view of his game disrespectful. Quote, we were always very clear about JK and what we believe he can be, unquote, Turner said. Quote, they were the ones not on the same page. They couldn't figure it out amongst themselves, unquote. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. After a month of tense contract negotiations that stalled last summer, Dunleavy and Lacob met with Kuminga and Turner in Miami in an attempt to sort through the scar tissue and distrust. The 2025 restricted free agency market had delivered Kuminga and Turner a cold reality, but they felt Kerr's inability to maximize Kuminga's skill set and continued public comments about his lack of fit had contributed to it. Lacob acknowledged the disconnect and the imperfect setup, sources said. Quote, Kerr didn't even want to draft me, unquote, Kuminga said in the meeting. The Warriors selected Kuminga with the number 7 pick in the 2021 draft, a lottery pick they received from the Minnesota Timberwolves in the D'Angelo Russell trade for Wiggins. Kerr wasn't a major part of the draft process. He was with Team USA preparing for the Tokyo Olympics that summer, and he was receiving only occasional reports from afar and didn't have a firm opinion on Kuminga, according to team sources. The Warriors had 2 lottery picks and worked out more than 70 prospects during the pre-draft process, including Franz Wagner, the German wing who went number 8 for the Orlando Magic. There was a group of coaches on the staff who attended Wagner's workout, team sources said, and came away adamant he'd be an ideal choice and fit in Kerr's system. Lacob and then general manager Bob Myers were among a select few who visited Kuminga in Miami 6 days before the draft. Then assistant coach Kenny Atkinson ran the workout and maintained strong belief in Kuminga through his final days with the organization. He left for the Cleveland Cavaliers head coaching job in 2024. Let's stop there for a second because that is information that is valuable. We know from this story that Kerr did not necessarily have a favorite. We know from this story the Warriors sent out coaches to scout Franz Wagner. What I think is peculiar is that Anthony Slater doesn't quote which coaches. I think that part is damn important. Who are these coaches? Who actually went and scouted Franz Wagner? Because that part's anonymous. But yet, for some reason, it's all open transparency when it comes to who scouted and favored Kuminga. And another very important piece in this story that I didn't know until now, and I don't think anyone else knew for that matter, is, at least publicly, is that Kenny Atkinson was pro Kuminga. That's pretty crazy. And I'm dying to know who the coach was that or coach is. It's written plural. Like, was Nicholas Kerr at least? I mean, was he coaching Cal at that point? I'm dying to know. I'm gonna guess Bruce Frazier was one of the dudes. This is Steve Kerr's best friend. Stephen Curry's shooting coach, even though he doesn't need a shooting coach, he really just catches the ball and rebounds it and passes it back to him, and they shoot the shit for a pregame shoot around. I don't know who the assistant was. Was it Mike Brown? It would shock me if it was Mike Brown, but his name's not in this, so we don't know. Anyway, so I thought that part was really crazy. The story's really long. I didn't realize how long it was. I'm sorry. Am I losing people here? Let me skip ahead. Let me just skip the rest of this just to the parts that are important. Well, let me finish this section. This section is really important. Okay, I'm almost there. We're almost there. I'm not going to go through the whole thing if it's. I apologize. I didn't know it was going to take this long. Let's finish up. This is a crazy story. A lot of information in here. Let's at least get through the draft part because there's some really interesting nuggies of info. We start when the Warriors were on the clock 6 days after the Miami workout. Both Kuminga and Wagner were on the board, and Lacob pushed for his preferred option, team sources said. Myers and Dunleavy, then an assistant GM, didn't object. Quote, Bob and I have felt for several years that we needed physicality. Athleticism and physicality. That's what really excites me about him, Lacob said that night. Unquote. The decision to draft Kuminga over Wagner, who has averaged at least 20 points per game the past 3 seasons. Stop. Important to add, with way more minutes. Vitally important to add that part. We resume. Became a central tension point across the organization. A signature example of Lacob's personnel meddling in the post-Kevin Durant transition years. Aiming for, as team sources said, style over the substance that made the dynasty teams hum. Stopping here 1 second. It matters so much who this team source is feeding Slater this shit. Because this is all like gross opinion. Right? And it's like, whose opinion is this? Lacob's personnel meddling? I mean, is it Kerr feeding Slater this shit? Because if it's Steve Kerr and you're Joe Lacob and you're reading a story where your head coach, who you've been siding with illogically for years, is bashing you publicly, I would not take that lightly. We resume. In the seasons that follow, team sources theorized that Lacob's outward public belief in Kuminga and his animated celebrations of Kuminga's big moments stemmed from his desire to be proved correct in his original assessment. It's also why those sources believed Lacob had a difficult time sending out Kuminga in potential trades. Stop. I need to know who that source is, because the way this source is framing what went down is so pro Kerr and so anti-Lacob. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Steve's kid. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Bruce Frazier. One wild card in all this is assistant general manager, and he's so under the radar, Del Harris's kid. I forgot his first name. He's been an assistant GM for the Warriors for a large number of years, always hiding behind the scenes. Makes me wonder, because he actually talks to some media people. It makes me wonder if it's him. I'm fascinated in terms of who the source is. Skipping forward a little bit. Kuminga would have been involved in the Warriors' much-discussed deal for Durant at the 2025 deadline, a move that Lacob greenlit and nearly crossed the finish line before Durant ultimately vetoed the move. Stop. Do not forget. According to Logan Murdoch, Durant vetoed the move and left the Warriors originally in 2019 because of Steve Kerr. Very important note. We resume. There was also a possibility, sources said, of trading Kuminga to the Indiana Pacers before the 2023 draft for the number 8 pick, which became Jarris Walker. But nothing ever materialized, either because of internal indecision or external machinations, and the Cold War between player and coach between the front office and ownership continued to simmer. Last summer, Turner and Kuminga found sign and trade opportunities with the Sacramento Kings and Phoenix Suns. Kuminga got on a video call with Kings general manager Scott Perry and coach Doug Christie. They pitched him on a feature role and 30-plus minutes a game, preaching the type of belief and growth opportunity he craved. The Warriors balked at the available returns, showing no interest in Malik Monk, Royce O'Neal, or Grayson Allen, plus minor draft capital. One of the common retorts, according to league sources, Lacob would never agree to it. Unquote. And let's stop there for 1 second. So Lacob, I'm reading like a lot of assumptions here that the team would just assume Lacob wouldn't agree to it. So, but now he did. Now suddenly for Tingis Pingis, he agrees to that, but he doesn't agree to these teams that really wanted him. And that kind of dispels the myth from Kuminga's haters that no one was interested in him. Bull effing shit. The story goes on saying Kuminga was tired of being a pawn in an organizational tug of war. Brings up the summer. And the story mentions, we start here. After the 3-month contractual standoff between Kuminga and the front office, we start. That particularly frustrated Kerr, team sources said, who told those involved in the negotiations that it was another example of Kuminga putting himself over the team. Stop. What is wrong? Steve, does Kerr not realize this is a business? Is he just ignoring that part of it? Because he has done nothing to benefit Kuminga from a business perspective. Nothing. Except cost of money. And it's wild to me that Steve Kerr expects Kuminga to just ignore the potentially hundreds of millions of dollars he likely would have gotten if he had a competent head coach. Kuminga's teammates backed him publicly to the end, but expressed their annoyances about the never-ending nature of the saga. Butler took Kuminga under his wing, and Kuminga left viewing him as a genuine mentor, sources said, with Butler voicing to some that he felt there was an organizational double standard in the way Kuminga was treated compared to others. Stop. Yeah, no shit, Jimmy. And this is the final part of the story I want to touch on. I'm not going to read all this left, but there's one more part that needs to be touched on, because we covered this on the show as being a fundamental moment where, if you are a Steve Kerr apologist, how the hell do you defend him in a situation like this? And it's this part right here. Start. 3 days before the blow up in Steve Kerr's office on December 10th, Kuminga did not play in the team's win in Chicago, his first benching of his 5th season. In the aftermath, reporters crowded around Kuminga's locker room for a 5-minute back and forth on Kerr's rotation choices. Kuminga said he would accept it and stay ready. His relationship with Kerr was fine, he said. Those talking points didn't necessarily represent how he felt in private. After reporters filtered out, he called ESPN over with a question. Quote, "Y'all ask him about me?" Unquote, he said. The reporters had. About 15 minutes earlier, Kerr was questioned about his choice to again remove Kuminga entirely from his rotation. Kuminga wanted to see the clip. Quote, "Happens to everyone in the league other than the stars," unquote, Kerr said. Kuminga viewed that last quip as another subtle dig, sending the public another unnecessary reminder that Kuminga isn't who he believes himself to be. Quote, "See? That's the shit I'm talking about. Why does he got to say that?" Unquote, Kuminga said. And we were echoing that exact sentiment on this show. If Steve Kerr is such a smart man, why would you stupidly come out and publicly call Kuminga not a star? Regardless of whether or not you feel that way, in what world does it benefit him? In what world does it benefit the team? In what world is that professional or mature? How is that defensible to come out publicly and say Kuminga is not a star? Yeah, no shit, Steve. Better question is, why the F did you say that publicly? Unreal shit. After the game, Kerr said the Warriors had, quote, rediscovered, unquote, their identity. Quote, "That just looked like her team out there," unquote. Kuminga, of course, viewed that as the statement as yet another public signal that his game was viewed as part of the team's identity, that he was again the convenient scapegoat. The wounds of the past 5 years weren't difficult to reopen. Kuminga took his time returning from knee tendonitis, frustrating Kerr and the organization. Stop. Final part. Within that within that stretch, I'm sorry. Okay, we start here and we'll finish up here. Start. Over the next 2 months, Kuminga would play only 117 more minutes as a member of the Warriors. That included 16 straight DNPs. Within that stretch, sources said Kuminga was asked to go onto the court 4 times, but he declined 3 mop-up duty opportunities and ruled himself out of the Thunder game on January 2nd because of back soreness after Kerr said he'd get a chunk of minutes with Curry, Butler, and Green out. Members of the coaching staff and front office, team sources said, viewed that deactivation against the Thunder as the unofficial end, a sign he'd quit on the team. Kuminga, sources said, felt that they'd already quit on him and viewed the sudden request to go from ice cold and rotting on the end of the bench to a national TV date with the defending champions as a recipe to shame him. He was sore from weight work and declined their latest request to be the in case of emergency option. Stop. And that's so. I don't know if you folks remember when Steve Kerr was asked, like, why can't you play Kuminga in garbage time? Remember, Steve Kerr came out and said that Kuminga is like a rhythm type player and this and that. Well, now we know that he tried to bring him in there at least 3 different times, and Kuminga was like, nope, shove it. I just don't get how you can still defend Kerr after all this. Because of 4 titles, that just gives you a clean slate to do whatever the hell you want. And this leads to my discussion yesterday. So I go and have lunch with an old buddy of mine. We were colleagues for a long time. I've known the man for 25 years. Did have a shitload of respect for him. Thought we were close friends, but sometimes you find out people's true colors very late. And that's not why I bring him up, though. I bring him up because Steve Kerr's name came up. And this is somebody who remains very influential, who still has an audience. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing from him, because his immediate words when it came to Steve Kerr was, oh, yeah, of course I side with Steve Kerr. Followed that with, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga, man, he's a punk. That's what he called him. He goes, Kuminga, man, Kuminga's a punk. And I'm like, a punk? Why? He goes, cause, man, he didn't listen to what Kerr said to him. And then we start going into a back and forth where I tell my friend, I'm like, would you just keep just doing whatever the hell like your boss said if your boss was treating you like absolute shit and was costing you all this money and was sending you mixed messages and what I came to realize from this conversation was everything I presented to this person as evidence, they didn't even know about. All they knew about was, well, he won 4 championships. and I'm like, well, what about Anthony Lamb? Oh, yeah, that sucked. What about Podziemski leading the team in minutes and being second on a routine basis and being second on the team in minutes overall? Oh, yeah, Podziemski sucks, man. I'm like, yeah, well, who plays him? And the realization here is this. The Kerr apologists fall in one of 2 camps. And maybe it's an and/or type thing. The obvious one, I'm not going to reveal names, okay? But the obvious one is Kerr's apologists are casual observers. These are people who do not follow the Warriors religiously, who don't even know the game of basketball that well. This person did not have a strong basketball background, which may help some of you in terms of at least crossing off a name off your list. And so what this person kept saying when I started challenging him with facts is, well, like, who am I to challenge Steve Kerr? I never played basketball. I was like, all right, because I've been around the game my whole life. So I feel a little more comfortable in terms of nuance, right? But then my follow-up is, why do you have such a strong opinion then if you don't know shit? And I just got to shrug from that. It's like, point is, the Kerr apologists, the ones that are still out there pretending this guy is like the greatest thing since sliced bread, they're almost all very casual observers, people who got damn excited because of the dynasty and think he's a large part of it without understanding any of the details. And or B, these are people who their entire lives have experienced very little or nothing but privilege and do not know what it feels like to be in a position where your life is completely out of your control, someone else controls your life, and they're abusing the shit out of it. And if you've ever been in that position, whether it's growing up with having little, whether it's working for a company and you're an underling working your way up, if you've ever had a shitty boss, the Kerr Kuminga dynamic probably resonates with you. But if you grow up having everything handed to you, if you grow up with, and professionally, your career has just been amazing with handout after handout, and you don't get that perspective, it suddenly becomes a lot harder to understand that perspective. And those are Kerr's apologists for you. Rock O'Clock in the chat saying JK isn't as talented as you make him out to be. Rock O'Clock, how do you know that? What do you base that on? I don't know how talented he is. My entire gripe from day one has been play the damn kid. And not in his second year, give 20 of his minutes to Anthony Lamb. In his third year, give 20 of his minutes to Jermichael Green. In his fourth year, give 15, 20 minutes of his minutes to GP2. Constantly finding excuses not to play the kid. None of us know if he's very good. And I can promise you this, Rock O'Clock. You know who I'm confident isn't as talented as Kerr makes him out to be, as evident by action speaking louder than words, translating into those damn minutes? Brandin Podziemski. How do you defend that? So that's what it comes down to, man. It's just literally like the casuals who, again, and bigger picture, this is, I think, a far more of a California thing where I've said this repeatedly. Like, I love the passion that comes from East Coast sports fans. They live and die with their teams. They also follow their teams religiously. They're high IQ sports fans. I don't think a lot of West Coast sports fans, this isn't just a Bay Area thing, this is West Coast. Maybe not Seattle. They're pretty on top of it there. But here in California, this is not a high IQ sports base. Californians in general, narcissists, self-absorbed, shallow. The sports team they love is one of many personal interests to make them feel special and distract from life. And the reason why I say that is because that's your crowd when it comes to Kerr's apologists. They love the Warriors. They rooted for him for the 4 titles. They know Steve Kerr was the head coach of those 4 titles. But they're not watching podcasts and reading news stories about their team. They're not looking at the data. They're not watching every game. They're casuals. Most of them didn't play themselves growing up. So all they can do is trust what the media tells them, which leads to the other massive issue, which is this, again, the sycophant culture here in the Bay Area and maybe nationally that all seems to either love and respect Kerr at this insane level that I will never understand, or they're afraid of him. And this leads to the last thing I want to share with you folks regarding this topic. And while I do that, I'll open up the chat if anybody wants to come on. Or not the chat, the link for the audience. If anyone wants to come on here, there it is. And express your thoughts. On that note, there's one other thing that I want to share with you, which I think is very important in all this. Because the vibe I get, and this is the other thing that my friend told me in this lunch yesterday. And this is a wild assumption that, again, Kerr's apologists all jump to, and this includes all the casual observers, which is, well, you know, if Stephen Curry wanted Kuminga to play, he'd play, right? The assumption is that Stephen Curry's complicity means that he sides and agrees with Steve Kerr's unreal decision-making when it comes to rotations and personnel. Despite the fact there's zero evidence to that, we've covered this extensively. Stephen Curry doesn't meddle in rotational decisions. He rarely, if ever, meddles in off-season free agency decisions. Not always. I mean, we all know about the Hampton Five, and we know he's had his favorites over the years. He wanted Avery Bradley. The team chose GP2. He wanted the team to trade for Bradley Beal. Thankfully, they did not do that. But today was represented yet another piece of evidence indicating otherwise, meaning indicating that Steph loved JK, wanted him on the team, had no personal beef with him or issue with him, And I bring that up. I'm going to show you two multimedia elements. One is a screen capture. One is Stephen Curry. And we played this clip on the show before. But the screen capture, which I'm going to share with you right now, and for the podcast audience, I'll read it out loud, comes from Instagram. And Bleacher Report made a new post on Instagram that had a picture of Jonathan Kuminga, I believe his reaction. Jonathan Kuminga, I believe, posted a picture in a story reacting to the pettiness of the Warriors and their gripes about too much food being taken, and he posted this picture that kind of represented the indifference, like just he couldn't believe it. Well, Bleacher Report uploaded a post on Instagram that had that photo of Kuminga and had a summary of the story, right? That of the Warriors being petty about food. So Kuminga replied to this post with a whole bunch of laughing emojis, and then one like eye looking up like, whatever, dude, you know, like, and then followed that with writing the words, what else? And then a freezing emoji. Stephen Curry replied to that reply. This is a true story. Stephen Curry, this is real. I took this picture myself, just in case you're wondering. Stephen Curry replied to this with, at Jonathan Kuminga, I'm sorry, bro. This is ridiculous. Go be great. And in case you're wondering, oh, well, you know, they were teammates. You know, he's trying to make him feel better. Stephen Curry also said this just 8 months ago.
I think we need to kind of just let this guy play basketball. We don't have to have a declaration after every game. We don't have to be in a situation where we're judging every minute he's out there. I understand he's the next in line to, you know, come into his own as an NBA player. But God, I wish my fourth year was it the greatest game ever? Was a bad game ever? How was his rotation? Like, he's figuring it out. If we're going to win at the highest level, he has to be a part of it. So keep doing what he's doing.
And does Steph have to say that? No. Did Steph say that? Yes. So again, there is zero evidence, none, indicating that Stephen Curry was agreeing with his head coach with the DNPs and the treatment. There is ample evidence that he liked JK, that he supported JK. There's also ample evidence indicating that Stephen Curry doesn't meddle with his head coach's rotational decisions. The only antithesis to that are assumptions, which are the laziest illogical things you can do verbally. Assuming shit. Assumptions are not real. They're just what you think will happen or does happen. And that's all everyone has in terms of Steph and his complicity or lack thereof pertaining to this awful treatment of Jonathan Kuminga. Well, he just could have. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. It's just all about beliefs with you dummies. The evidence is contrary. Alan Day, I haven't seen you in a minute, man. Has law school been keeping you busy? How you doing? You're muted.
My bad. Yeah, law school's been nonsense. It's been insane. So
I believe it. I've heard just nothing but craziness when it comes to law school. Yeah. How are you doing, man? What are your thoughts on just the game? Podziemski being the poster child of this team. Kuminga's gone, and what an ugly ending. The Warriors petty with food, and this is just wild shit, man. What are your thoughts?
Well, a couple things. The pod situation's predictable. But what was
Can I stop you for 1 second real fast?
Yeah.
Just real fast, Ellen. Because Latasha in her chat is like the poster child of every Kerr apologist and Podziemski defender. I literally just spent like a minute saying all these people have are assumptions, just your beliefs that are not really rooted in anything evidentiary. You're going to law school right now, so maybe you appreciate the logic of this even more. Latasha writes, it's been 5 years. Steph and Dre just knew JK wasn't the answer to another ship. Even though I literally just played a clip. I just played a clip of Steph saying he needs to be a part of this if they're going to win another one. But Latasha has different beliefs and different assumptions. You're assuming that because of the 5 years, that's the case. Zero evidence to substantiate it. You don't know shit, Latasha. I'm going to shut up now. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, no, it's what was beyond predictable was Slater's piece, Slayton's piece, whatever his name is. You know how I feel about this guy. It tracks back a long time ago. It was so predictable that, he was going to send out a hit piece once JK was out of there. I mean, it represent who he is as a journalist. It's it's not ethical at all. It shows that he's a coward, importantly, because
Yeah.
if he's that close to the team and he knows what's going on, why not report the news as you receive it? Why are you waiting until it's convenient or comfortable to report the news that you have? This isn't a research. This isn't research. This is information that you already know about, that you assume that you think you know about. But it's funny because the Bleacher Report article was removed, or the picture was removed.
Well,
And so
real quick, Alan, two things that I forgot to add. One is, and this goes back to the whole like how deep is the media in this this cover up of anything negative when it pertains to Kerr? Just like you said, thank you for filling that in. I forgot to mention that Bleacher Report took that post down.
they did.
No explanation why.
Yeah.
Just poof, gone. No explanation why, man. And with that post going away includes that reply.
For sure.
Which it's insane.
Sure.
And I want to add one more thing real quick, and I'm so sorry please forgive me for being rude here, but real quick, one other thing that I forgot to mention in the story. The one person who did not comment on the story, did not provide an attribution of any kind, Joe Lacob. The story explicitly states near the end of it. I forgot to read that.
He declined.
He declined. Not that. Oh, you're right. Hold on. I want to read this verbatim because the way Slater wrote it, it almost looks like he wanted nothing to do with this. Oh, here it is. Quote: Kerr recently expressed regret, acknowledging his part in the multi-layered deterioration of what is now the signature failure of Golden State's two-timeline approach. Dunleavy briefly said he'd echo Kerr's comments when asked about the circumstances. Lacob declined to comment for the story. Kuminga has yet to speak on his departure. Unquote.
Yeah. And really with the Bleacher Report situation, it just tells me that Steph Curry saw it, he spoke on it, and he relayed it to Raymond, and Raymond got connected to Bleacher Report and advised them to remove the post. But overall, man, like my projection of the whole thing is that I believe that the Warriors knew the evaluation of Jonathan Kuminga the moment they drafted him. They knew what it was going to cost, like years before his numbers were up. So instead of giving him an opportunity to showcase, they decided to suppress him and put that smear campaign out there. And it started with Slater, because you remember the smear campaign started with him because he wrote that fake piece about Jonathan Kuminga and his team declining this crazy amount of money. And that was strategic. That was strategic. So he did that.
Alan, didn't he specify 5 years, 150?
Exactly. And so the reason why he did that is because he wanted it wasn't because of the Warriors. He wanted the rest of the league to know that this is what it's going to cost to sign this guy. So if you want him, you're not going to be able to get him because he wants a lot of money. So that was essentially a smear campaign right there. They were trying to suppress him immediately. You know what I mean? Because they knew the evaluation. What they were trying to do is get Jonathan Kuminga for the same amount of money that they got Moses Moody for, which, again, they suppressed Moses Moody. They knew his evaluation if they would allow him to play. And that's very true. He did. He said it wasn't true. But
he wrote it. It was weird. He wrote that fact for the Athletic, and then he gets hired by ESPN, and then pretends that it never happened. It's like, dude, it's just out there. It's like the weird shit, man. I don't know if you folks remember this, Alan. I don't know if you remember this. Like Marcus Thompson wrote a piece where within the story, this was back I think in 2018, or maybe it was 2020. No, it was 2018. Somewhere around there, where Stephen Curry was attributed in this story as calling someone, I think, a tranny. It was something that you could interpret as a derogatory a term directed towards someone who is LGBTQ plus, more specifically in the transsexual, in the identifying in a transsexual manner. And story went poof a day later. They just it evaporated, and the only reason even I know about it is because Deadspin did a whole piece. They're like, look at this. They're like a negative Stephen Curry story that is up for 24 hours on The Athletic. And then without any explanation, it went down. Marcus Thompson tried to backtrack and said that there were fault. I think it was he wrote that he had his facts wrong in the story without specifying what the facts were. It's crazy. There's an endless attempt to control the image with the Warriors, and nobody in the media scene here has the guts to stand up to them. It's insane.
I read through your chats, and it's so many people that's mentioning things like, why can't JK just listen to Kerr and do what he's told him to do? And I just want to relay this message. Like, even if it's in your workplace or wherever it's at, any company that puts a ceiling or put a cap on your dreams and your goals, they're not there for your best interests at all. By simply mentioning guys like Sean Marion and Aaron Gordon and all these guys he allegedly want Jonathan Kuminga to play like, that's not for his best interest. You do not tell young guys, hey, this is who you need to be. It's disrespectful, it's disgusting. And it's not saying that Sean Marion isn't a good player. It's saying that this is not who this player may want to be. He wants to be himself. You do not put that type of pressure on no young guy that you allegedly trying to develop. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's disgusting. Okay. Yeah. And so, and here's the thing about Steve Kerr. We talk about, hey, Jonathan Kuminga maybe need this runway to make mistakes and to be a better player. He needed all this. He needed that and all. Perhaps Steve Kerr needed a runway to make mistakes because he never had that chance to coach high school players or the AAU circuit or the college market. He never had that opportunity to coach and develop these guys. So perhaps he never even had an opportunity to know how to, develop these guys.
Yeah.
So perhaps Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga are at the same level when it comes to development. And we're really seeing who Steve Kerr really is, because when there's pressure, that's when we really find out who these guys really are, because Steve Kerr walked on into an already made system. All he had to do was bring in Alvin Gentry to lay out the system for him.
And Ron Adams, for the defense.
And Ron Adams for defense, absolutely.
And that's it. And Draymond Green, by the way, echoed what you said as well. Remember, Draymond brought up last summer about talking about how, Steve Kerr has never had a player like Kuminga before. So we're trying to teach Kerr how to coach him. And there were so many excuses made for this mess.
Crazy.
And
it's crazy. It's
it
crazy.
Is crazy.
So hopefully when the Warriors, they do their coaching search to find out who's going to be the next guy to take over this organization.
And GM maybe.
Or GM. Same thing for Dunleavy. Another guy who never had an opportunity to make mistakes and be in that role before. Yeah. So he doesn't know how to answer questions in a free agent or press or post-game press release or whatever he needs to do in a trade deadline press conference. He's never been in this situation before, so he don't know how to answer those type of questions. You need that experience. So everything that you're saying about Jonathan Kuminga, that's the same issues that, Dunleavy and Steve Kerr is having right now. So perhaps go find a coach that dealt with young guys before, because this era of basketball will never experience this again. We'll never get another Steph Curry again. We'll never get another Draymond and KD and all of these guys. These are once in a generation, once in a lifetime players, right? So you need to, when you draft these guys, make sure you value them, you take care of them, you mold them into the players that they want to be, not who you want them to be. And perhaps you may have some success long term,
Yeah, no, I
That's
do.
right.
I'm with you on that. You're talking too much sense, Ellen. It's
man, it's man, come on, it makes too much sense. We've all been watching the same thing. And I'll be honest, man. I was hypnotized by this junk by Steve Kerr's also. I was drunk. I was drunk in Warriors dreams also.
Of course, yeah,
And
yeah.
and then it just, things started to just, it smacked you in the face. Like, hold on, man. Like, these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. It started like it started making it made too much sense. Like, Jerry West is a basketball guy. Bob Myers, he had the relationships, being that he was an agent. He was Kobe Bryant's agent, and guess what? Everyone loves Kobe. So you have that respect no matter what as an agent. And so just transitioning it, and not only that, he was a basketball player. So he played ball. He was an agent. He had respect. He negotiated these free agent deals. David West. Like, a lot of people get on Bob Myers, but you forget, man, David West, S. Dot, Iggy, KD,
Livingston, Barbosa.
Oh my gosh. These guys, these are the deals. These are the deals he negotiated.
OPJ. Dude, the people with the people love to pick out the Bob Myers missing on these low draft picks.
Yeah,
I'm never, and
second round picks, and
well, it's a crapshoot, man. The moment you start getting into the 20s and beyond in the lottery, I think the math comes out to 1 in 10 are the odds that you have of this player actually hitting and turning it to something in his career. 1 in 10. That's the crapshoot for a late pick. So it's hard. I've never been one to pile on Myers for those late picks, but what I keep looking at in terms of his ingenuity, besides just having vision and having a plan that seemed to always be a step or two ahead of everyone else, man, he knew how to sign free agents.
My gosh, right?
And they came.
We ought to be grateful for that, because guess what? No one wants to come here now. We can't get a free agent to save our life.
JaVale McGee there was ingenuity there. David West, Zaza Pachulia, even like Andre Iguodala. That was all Bob, man. Right. It's all Bob.
Yeah. So it's bizarre. It's definitely bizarre. I mean, he kept our cups full, with guys and players. And then Boogie Cousins. Remember when we signed Boogie? It was like, how did they get Boogie?
That was a big deal, man. Yeah, that was a big deal.
It's
that was like a super team of super teams.
My gosh.
If injuries did not hit, man, that would have been a three-peat. It still breaks my heart, but
for sure.
And I like Boogie when he's on the team. Remember what was the injury he suffered early in the postseason? Was it like a quad injury or it was something pretty severe, and he incredibly came back for the NBA Finals. And I remember he toughed that out to give it a go. And I it was only 1 year, but I liked it. I miss Boogie.
I was at the game. I want to say they were in LA, and I want to say it may have been his first game back. Or maybe second. It was something like that. I remember watching him coming back with the Warriors. It was pretty awesome. But I mean, it's just like, those days are over with, man. Those days are over.
Yeah. And the question now is what's next, and the Kristaps Porzingis, the fact that and the fact that the Warriors are trying to sell people on this on Tingis Pingis, like, it's insane, man. Like, the guy, well, he's not going to play. You might see him every once in a while, but there's going to be games where he's in uniform and DNP because in case you're not watching these Warriors games, the pace is insanely fast. And the reason why the Warriors are even staying close with these teams and at times taking these leads. I mean, the Warriors were like, we're ahead after the first quarter. I think it was a tie game after 3 quarters. It's because they're just, dude, the effort is there and they're fighting and hustling every possession. They're playing good D. The 3-point chucker part, I think Kristaps can fit into fine, but the going back and forth, the staying in front of players defensively, like good luck with that. Like that's, and like the Steve Kerr's not going to be cool with him. He's slow. He's plotting. Like it's just
he
would
have been in trouble tonight. He would have been in trouble with this Spurs team. Like the Spurs, it would like, obviously they were coming off a back-to-back. They didn't even have any legs.
Correct.
Essentially, they did what the old school Warriors used to do. They just grinded it out. They found something in the cup, and then they just put, they probably had about 60 or 70 paint points in that game. They kept just, and the Warriors had the traditional back cuts going, which was beautiful. And I will say that, but it hasn't been a beautiful brand of basketball that we've been watching from the Warriors for quite some time.
It's been a little while, yeah. And Rocco Clock in the chat is asking, will I eat my words if Porzingis plays well? Sure. But I'm really not counting on that. I mean, look, Tingis Pingis was literally listed as questionable over a week ago.
Yeah.
And he wasn't listed questionable for a left ankle sprain.
Tingis Pingis!
It was questionable because of illness. And then we learned the other night on this show what POTS actually is. And I didn't realize it was a heart condition. Like that is serious shit, dude. And I forgot. And Frank B, if you're out there, incredible audience member who came on with some fascinating insights, not just to POTS, but the NBA as a whole. And the way he described this
Tingis Pingis!
Of Tingis Pingis, like it's. And he spelled it out very in a lot of detail, where he said that he was able to stay on the court early in the season. Side note, he's only played 17 games so far this year, right? And he was able to stay on the court early this season when they kept his minutes to 20. And then the moment they raised he played a 24-minute game, he was out. It was over because he started feeling ill. He's listed as questionable over a week ago for illness. He comes to the Warriors and he's listed as out until past the All-Star break because of a left Achilles a strain. Yeah, I'll eat my words. I'll happily eat my words. I'm never afraid to say I'm wrong when I'm wrong. I do not count on this guy playing more than, let's say, 5 games this year. Like what would you set the OU at, Alan, on the number of games we can expect play this year?
How many games do we have left? 28 games.
Good question. It's let me do the math here. The Warriors are 29 and 26, so they played 55 games. There's 27 remaining.
Okay, so I'm going to predict he plays about maybe 15 games. Maybe
that's a high number.
That is a high number, but out of those 15 games, we're looking at maybe 5 or 6 good games. Like, I've watched Porzingis. I know who he is. Yes, he has skills. He can do some things. But I hate to tell you guys, Porzingis is soft. He's super soft. And when it comes to the block, he get pushed around. Hey, I remember the golden years where Draymond Green used to lick his chops when Porzingis was coming to town. Okay? And Porzingis was terrified of Draymond Green. Terrified of Draymond Green. Okay? I know who this guy is. And yes, he showed up one game in the playoffs with the Celtics. Like, we're talking like he was a difference maker in that in the playoffs. No, he put up one game. He had one game, and he was I think he only played 7 games maybe, but he only had one good game, and he was terrible the rest. And I've watched him with Atlanta, and he had a couple good games, but for the most part, he had maybe 2 or 3 really good games to make it look like he was doing okay, but he's been pretty terrible. Okay?
I will say this, man. I'm excited to see it. I'm intrigued. I mean, we haven't had a guy his size in a Warriors uniform since who? Was JaVale McGee the last 7-footer to be a member of the team? I can't think of anyone else in recent history. Oh, maybe the Warriors did have that guy in 2000, the 2019-20 season when they won 15 games. They had that one dude who played for the Kings for a little bit in the Mavericks. Forgot his name, but it's rare. It's rare to see a guy that big wearing a Warriors uniform. Look, I'm intrigued. Look, man, when injury reports are telling you illness because of POTS, and then you learn what POTS is, very serious condition pertaining to your heart and the heart's rhythm. Like, that's serious business, man. And then on top of that, he's dealing with a left Achilles strain, where he has to be on injury management for that. Like, why would you be optimistic to see him when he's only played 17 games this year?
It's crazy. So what is he? 7 what? He's 7'2", 7'3"?
7'3". Yeah, I think 7-year-old.
He's 7'3". So do anyone in the chat expect him to play like a 7-footer? Have anyone watched Porzingis before?
My guess is the expectation is someone who offensively is going to lurk outside the 3-point line and shoot threes, right? Or be
Isn't that what we're getting from Al Horford?
Right. More of Al Horford, I think, is what the expectation is. That would be my guess.
Okay.
He's listed as 7'2", 240. That's his official.
7'2", 240.
But you're right. I think when he was drafted, we heard 7'3", and then the NBA started publishing all the actual official heights. And so he's 7'2". Riz in the chat, by the way, wants the whole Tingis Pingis clip. Alan, do you want to hear it or no? Or have you?
I guess. Let's wrap.
What the fuck did they do? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is Tingis Pingis? I never heard of fucking Latvia. You drafted this fucking kid. You stupid motherfuckers, you.
I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is. When Armando Laura, he joins me every Friday, man, his face, he was stone-faced when I play those.
That's wild. I've never seen that before. That's crazy. Oh my God.
There's a 10-year-old clip when he was first drafted from Latvia. Who the F is this Tingis? This Tingis Pingis.
Man, come on, man.
Tingis Pingis.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, it's craziness. It's craziness. And even funnier is it apparently Kristaps Porzingis has seen the clip. He's aware of it, and he laughed at the joke. So
it's funny.
So it doesn't offend him if people are worried about that.
I guess we like the thought of Porzingis, but come on, man, we know who this guy is. We're not stupid, man. I'm not stupid. Like I watch a lot of basketball, chat. I watch a lot of hoops. You know, I used to play ball, but I watch a lot of basketball. The guy is, you know, he'll give you a game or two here and there, but really, like the overall game.
Yeah,
you know,
the durability. It's a massive concern. Again, I will admit I'm wrong if we actually see him suit up. I would put the over under at 10. Mm-hmm. I think 10 is a fair OU. I don't know if he's gonna hit.
Because the thing is, I think the Warriors do a good job. Maybe Celebrini's kind of overhyped. Is he overhyped? I mean, he has a hell of a job. He has a tough assignment with all of these aging stars.
What he did in 2022 with Otto Porter Jr.
Oh my God, that was magic, to me, right?
Was the stuff of legends. Mm-hmm. It like whatever the regimen, the minute restriction. And look, we're seeing Melton also stay on the floor right now. Shocking. So I lean toward he's awesome and he's a medicine man of epic proportions. But then you also see these very serious injuries, right? Like whether it was Kevin Durant with the Achilles, whether Stephen Curry, who like why are you giving the green light to Kerr to let him play 43 minutes in a game 7? Like that hammy popped entirely because of that. Yeah. And I don't know if Kerr is just basically trumping him, going, "Thanks, Rick. I appreciate the advice. Steph, go play whatever you want." I don't know what's going on there, but that would be my one.
What about Seth Curry? Like, where is Seth? Like, did he play like? How did he play one game or something?
I think he had the 14-point game, his first game. I think against OKC, right? That was the game he played in.
Yeah.
I think. And then he had one game after that where he didn't look as good. And then that was it. And the weird thing is like he was getting DNPs afterwards. Like, I don't know if you remember that one clip of Steve Kerr being asked about Seth being DNP'd, and he was asked, like, is he hurt? And Steve was like, no, he's fine. It's just, we just wouldn't fit him in. And then he got the sciatica thing soon after that. And
yeah. It's interesting, man. Like I can't understand why this team's stockpiling these same type of guys, like Melton. I'll tell you, like, I'm shocked that he played this much. Like, I was expecting him to be already out. Like, I did not expect him to play this. And I'll eat crow because I told you he was mid, and he's playing a little bit better than mid. He's playing better than I expected. So I'll eat my crow for that.
Do you want to hear from D'Anthony Melton after tonight's game about Tingis Pingis? He was asked about it.
Let's do it, Melton.
Let me make
He's
sure
an
I got
LA
the best
dude
sound.
too. Shout out to Melton.
Let me make sure I got the best sound for this. And I'm also wondering, like, why are the people I follow on my news ticker posting all these like borderline porn pics? Twitter's like turning into like a pervy scene. Have you noticed that too? Are you on Twitter at all?
Yeah.
Way more like just, and I'm not complaining, but it's just, it's starting to show up in my feed, just naked chicks everywhere.
Wow.
All right. Let me anyways, I digress. I only bring that up because I have this curated feed on Twitter that I use strictly for Warriors news, and I keep fine-tuning the thing, and it does a hell of a job for me. Lately, certain folks are like just posting pics of like Tate McRae. I don't know who the hell that is. Some musician, Livy Dunn. It's like, okay, like, is it smart to be publicly pervy like that? Keep your perv private. Anyways, here's D'Anthony Melton. This is courtesy of 95.7 The Game. Turn the volume up on your screens to listen to Melton talk about Kristaps Porzingis, a.k.a. Tingis Pingis from Latvia. Where the hell is Latvia?
For this team, if he's healthier, right? Man, Kristaps can do so much. I mean, he's a matchup nightmare for a lot of teams. I mean, you see with the Spurs. I mean, they have Wemby, who is 7 a lot, and the stuff he can do and the matchup nightmares he brings to the table. So I think him having out there is going to give us a lot of size and a lot of mismatches that we need. And some teams he's going to kill just because they can't physically match up with him. And I think that's the stuff we need. And having 30 come back in just the floor space and having somebody 7 feet, over 7 feet, that can really shoot the ball and he can still put the ball on the floor and make good decisions. That it's going to be huge for us.
All right, so all just cliched answers. Nothing new on that front. Just D'Anthony Melton saying, 7-footer. Barber in the chat saying, "Come on, Cy, curate your Twitter feed." I'm talking about the feed that I have curated. You get two choices. You get the feed that they feed you, the algo, and then you get the feed that you can create for yourself. And I'm talking about that feed. I'm talking about people that I actually rely on. They're just like not giving a shit anymore. They're like, F it. I love Livy Dunn. I'm just going to post a picture of her in a bikini. It's like, okay. All right, here we go. Anyways, I digress.
I'm interested to see how they play him. Will he run Porzingis out with a bunch of guards, or will he line him up with?
Oh, easily.
Like I can imagine. It's like Steve Kerr is so unpredictable that he's predictable, but I wouldn't be surprised if he run him out there with like a Al Horford and post. You would never like that's how weird Kerr is.
Like, he would tower that bitch. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't be surprised if he would do something that stupid, like a 3-center lineup with Steph and Pods. You never know, man. Porzingis, Pods, Pat Spencer. Yes. It's going to be something super dramatic.
I am curious.
He's not a real coach, man. He's not a real coach.
Yeah, Rocco Clock in our chat's bringing up Stephen Curry's gravity.
Here's that gravity stuff again.
Make life easier for Tingis Pingis. I agree, and that's why I am looking forward to actually seeing it. I guess my concern is, are we gonna ever see it? And that's what I wonder. It's like, are we going to see it? We'll find out, I guess. But I just don't have a lot of faith in that. And if we do, I'm fascinated. I am. I mean, this is what a lot of people have been talking about for a long time, giving Steph size, and they did it. It's kind of soft, but
yeah, we need to stop the gravity stuff, man. Like, listen, Steph is Steph, but at the end of the day, you know, what do you expect? You expect Porzingis to lay out some screens for Steph? We're expecting the some pin downs with Porzingis and Steph. Like, what are we doing out here? Like, yes, I mean, of course, Steph draw attention. He definitely draw the gravity and all that stuff. But I mean, at some point, what KD said, at some point, you got to go get a bucket.
Yeah,
you know, we need some bucket getters out there, and it's just I don't think we have enough NBA players on our roster. And I said that before the season started.
My biggest fear right now is that this team just doubles down and runs it all back next year. Like I'm really deathly afraid of that, and because I think it's a fear that could be real, and that Lacob's just going to hold out on huge changes in a rebuild until 2027. I mean, I'm deathly afraid of that. Holmes in the chat brings up, do you think Porzingis is dead or something? I mean, look, he hasn't played since January 7th. He's only played 17 games total. Look, the POTS thing is very real. In case you're not familiar with it and you missed a segment we did the other day with an incredible member of the audience who joined us, but postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It's a chronic, let me read it to you what Google describes it as. It's a chronic disorder of the autonomic nervous system characterized by an excessive heart rate increase, typically greater than or equal to 30 beats per minute in adults, 40 beats per minute in teens, upon standing, causing dizziness, fainting, severe fatigue, and brain fog. It primarily affects young women. I don't know if that's even makes it worse that Porzingis has it, and often follows infections, trauma, or alongside conditions like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. While there is no cure, it is managed through increased fluid salt intake, compression garments, exercise, and medications to improve quality of life. And you're sitting here telling me that you're making fun of me for wondering if he's going to actually play? Dude, this guy's career could very easily be over. And this was all just smoke, a massive smoke screen to deflect from an awful season. We'll find out. We'll find out. But
and you know the insane part, it's not even like the CP3 situation, because they had an opportunity to reuse his salary slot. I'm not sure if they have bird rights on Porzingis, but I don't think it really matters.
It doesn't matter. Because if he comes back next year, he's not getting $30 million, which is what he's making now.
Of course not. How do you use that salary slot? He's not going to be here next year. I mean, unless they're stupid, but he's not.
Or if it works out, or if I come out and say, "Wow, I was wrong. This guy's durable. He's playing," and if it magically works out. And look, that's not a probable scenario. It's a very unlikely scenario, but you never know. Life is crazy. Then maybe he comes back, but I don't.
But check this out. Imagine he's lights out. Are you going to extend him past the Curry contract?
No.
It would be a one-year deal. But if he's lights out, that means he's going to demand another $40 million, right? Someone's going to have to pay him.
He could demand it, but good luck getting it.
Yeah.
Right?
So what do so the Warriors? So we know they're not going to extend him past the Curry years.
This was a salary dump. That is what this was ultimately.
And it's a shame. Like, how do you salary dump two 23-year-olds in a row?
It's embarrassing.
It's bad.
It is bad. You're right. You're absolutely right, man.
It's bad. It's bad business. It's like I don't think I've ever seen anything like this Warriors team. This organization is insane, man. Like I've never seen anything like this before.
And I'm looking at the game log I'm looking at the game log right now.
Tingis Pingis!
And sometimes it gets hard to time that up. Sorry. And what I'm seeing in terms of this season is he started the year like in the month of October, he averaged 24.8 minutes a game. That went up in the month of November to 27.1 minutes per game. But the problem is, and I think this is what Frank B the other night was talking about, in a game at New Orleans on November 22nd, he ramped his minutes up to 33 and had a great night. It was his best game of the year. Scored 30 points, 7 boards, even had 4 assists, even had 3 blocks. Was only 2 of 6 from deep, but still, he put in 30 points, had a good night. However, that's when it ended. And that's what Frank B was talking about. His minutes went up, and all of a sudden his body just broke down. And that was on November 22nd. He played 3 days later. He played 22 minutes and had an okay outing, but then he only played 5 more games after that. And this is where, again, the POTS, I think, is very serious business. That to me is even more bigger than the Achilles. I mean, an Achilles strain, that is crazy enough. I mean, you're damaged goods with that injury, but even let's say he's fine and he comes back from that, you're talking about a man's heart dealing with like an unusual syndrome. Like we'll see.
Yeah, I think 1, salary slap, 2, they were trying to make sure they could get JK out of the Western Conference.
Exactly. That's what it came down to, man. You're absolutely right, Alan.
Yeah,
they were never going to trade him to a Western Conference team.
Yeah, they wanted.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, which is why it would be absolute comedy if the Hawks turned around and traded him to, let's say, like the Lakers or even the Kings, and then suddenly he's coming to into your building twice a year and just ramming the ball down your throat. That could happen. Like, don't rule that out of possibilities in life that the Hawks just go, hey, yeah, we'll send you back. Yeah, you want to go beat the shit out of your former team? Yeah, we'll send you back.
Don't sleep on the fact that I bet probably high on Jonathan Kuminga's list of things to do is to hang 40 on the Warriors.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So it's and I think we play them in March or something like that.
I think it's March 21st. And I'm glad you brought that up because Urquita's family in her chat is writing, what is the bar everyone's going to for the Hawks Warriors game? We'll stay tuned for that. Armando Lora is the one actually leading that charge, and he'll be joining us Friday for happy hour, and we'll ask him for the details then, and we'll start publishing it on social media once we finalize it. I mean, the goal here is to find an establishment who will sponsor it, and then we'll just do a show from there, and we'll just have a full-on viewing party. But stay tuned. I mean, hopefully we can find someone that could help us out on that front.
And we'll tell you the value of JK watching National pick the game up.
That's a good topic.
I bet they're going to pick that game up. They're definitely going to pick that game up. And then,
let me see what that's it. No, I'm glad you brought that up because I don't know how the NBA rolls with like flexing games and all that shit. It is not currently listed as a nationally televised game. It's going to be on Saturday, March 21st. And I believe
they're picking it. Oh, they're picking that game up.
Yeah, and I think Saturday typically is what, ABC or ESPN. They're the ones who pick this. So they might. Right now it's not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
Yeah.
If, like you say,
it's the buildup. I mean, it's all of this, and then right before the game, we're going to get another hit piece from Slater. So expect that to come.
Or this will just finally fade away because interest is waning. Like I said, I couldn't even find that story. It came out this morning, and ESPN had already buried it. Like it wasn't on their front page. Couldn't even find it on the NBA page. Who knows, man? A lot of this depends on how interested the public is.
I wonder why he did that. Like I can't understand why he decided to make that piece. Like he's doing the segments with what is it, Bond Temps or whatever this guy name.
Oh, the podcast. Yeah, they do like the stock report.
Oh, this guy is awful, man. Like
and Alan, my fascination, if the Warriors turn into utter mediocrity, which is where they're trending, like what happens to Slater? Because all these national people and this excess of reporters who cover the Warriors, you're not going to need them. Like if the Warriors, the Kings don't have this attention, right? And the Warriors could turn into that fast.
I'm not hating on anyone's job. I'm not wishing bad. Like I
I'm not either.
I hope he lands somewhere.
Well, he wouldn't. I don't think they'd fire him. I think what would happen is, like, if that happened, they would, but he'd have to move, right? Like Anthony Slater, I think, is a Fairfield kid. He's either from Fairfield or Vacaville. That's where. Side note, in case you're ever wondering, like, where is that backyard that he's always filming his segments for on ESPN? It's at his home in Solano County here in the Bay Area, and but the thing is, like, I don't think they let him go. I think they'd relocate him. Kind of like what happened with that Oms Imacek, or I always butcher his name. Forgive me, Oms, but he was last year the temporary Warriors guy for ESPN, and he was in the building all the time, and he's from the Bay Area, so he was probably loving it. Well, this year now he's in the Southeast, and he's assigned to cover the Hawks and the Magic, and that's what probably would happen to Slater. They'd probably relocate him either to Texas or Phoenix. Wherever coverage is needed. Maybe the Midwest. I don't know if the Timberwolves have a strong presence from ESPN. Who knows? Who knows what they'll do? But that's the downside, man, of agreeing to that job is ESPN could relocate you at any point. They could reassign you. But it could be worse as well. I mean, he's probably getting paid.
I mean, Disney, they can people way too often. So
that too.
I mean, have a job. I mean, that's a role. I mean, you're hired to be fired, man. That's how it is in radio. It's
TV
media.
Fickle business. It's a fickle business.
It is.
All right, brother. Any final thoughts, Alan? It's good to see you, man.
Thank you. Same to you. And I saw in the chat Cam Thomas he dropped 34.
Did he really?
He dropped 34 tonight with the Bucks.
We'll visit that soon. Scoreboard. Yeah.
He's in the class of the JK. And Team JK with Cam Thomas, those guys are collaborating. I think they're both pretty angry. So
in a win, did you say that? I'm sorry if you did.
They beat someone who did they beat? They beat a really good team
in Orlando. Look, Orlando's not a great team. They're not a bad team either. And Cam Thomas, new Milwaukee Buck. And that's a franchise that's proactive, man. That's a franchise that is they're throwing crap against the wall to see what sticks, but at least they're throwing crap against the wall. And in this case, Cam Thomas, 25 minutes, 34 points, 12 of 20 shooting, 4 of 6 from deep, even added 4 rebounds, 2 assists. Yeah, it was a good game. They won.
What did Wagner do?
And then, he's been hurt for like most of the year. He did. Oh no, he played. He came off the bench, so he must be recently back. Franz Wagner played 21 minutes tonight off the bench. That's why I'm thinking that he's likely ramping back after being away for a long time. In 21 minutes, 5 points. He was 1 of 5, 1 of 7 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3. Franz Wagner this season is shooting. This is the thing about Franz Wagner. This is why I don't fully understand, just buy into the idea that if the Warriors had drafted him and said it would have automatically worked out. We don't know if Kerr would have played him. He's a career 32.6% 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
So that's not good. So what makes any of you folks think he would find time on the floor? He's not a floor spacer, man. And a lot of his points are very empty. I mean, he is averaging 21.9 points per game this year, just 6 rebounds, which is not an impressive number. But for a 500 Magic team. So it's like, what is he exactly doing to contribute
I don't know.
to winning?
I really don't know which player from that draft Kerr would have played. And I always think we ought to be grateful that those guys see. I'm a fan of basketball, so I'm happy. I'm happy that those guys were able to become someone, they get on the team and play, because there's not a guarantee that the guys that we know as potential stars or in the NBA, that they would have came here and all of a sudden became the player that they are right now. So I'm grateful for Kay Cunningham and France and all those guys who's getting their opportunity. I mean, Moody and JK were the ultimate sacrifices from that draft, but they're not a dead cause. I think they're both are really good players. I think Moody's going to get away from the Warriors at some point. And I think obviously JK is where he's at. These guys are going to shine. That was a great draft class, man. That was a great draft class.
It was a phenomenal one. I'm looking at I'm revisiting this right now, and first of all, it's no secret, even though I think reports about this are very scant. We've talked about it on the show. What the player the team envisioned drafting was Josh Giddey. The Warriors were their plan, their expectation was Josh Giddey's going to fall to us. And I think Kerr was 100% in on that. And if you think about it, right, doesn't he kind of fit the mold in nearly every regard? But OKC drafted him with the 6th pick. Yeah. And so the Warriors had the 7th pick, and Kuminga was next up. Now, Franz Wagner was right after. I actually thought Davion Mitchell was going to be the player that they went with. But again, this was...
I think I remember that.
But, and he ended up going 9th. Look, here are some names, and you tell me if you think they'd play. First of all, the 12th pick in that draft was Joshua Primo by the Spurs. Just to give you an idea that it's very easy to swing and miss in a draft, right? I mean, that's a major bust. The 11th pick was a total bust. James Bouknight didn't do shit. 10th pick didn't do much either. Zaire Williams, still around in the league, but he never really worked out. Now, here's some names, and I'll tell you if you think Kerr would play them, who actually ended up being decent. Corey Kispert, do you think he would play, Alan?
He probably would have filtered away.
So he was
I feel like Kerr has this 6'6" rule, so you never know.
Well, and see, Alperen Sengun is a name people bring up, but I really don't know if Kerr would play him. Alperen Sengun to me is the poster child of a player that, had the Warriors drafted him, would have probably just wilted away and never done anything, because Kerr would have played him 20 minutes one night, 5 the next night, DNP'd him. And he doesn't like slow bigs. That's how it works. Yeah. Now, the 17th pick in the draft, I think maybe he would have found a role with the Warriors and Kerr, and that's Trey Murphy. And
I feel like Trey is a guy, because he kind of, Steve fell in love with Harrison Barnes, and Trey Murphy kind of remind me of,
I like that comparison.
Early Harrison Barnes, although HB, the Flying Falcon, I mean, he was kind of jumping out the gym a little bit. So he was super athletic at the time, but that's the only thing. And obviously, Trey can shoot, but the thought was that HB was going to turn into a really good shooter also. So but Steve really loved HB. He played him a lot.
I still miss him.
Yeah, I'm a big thanks to Draymond, that's not happening again.
I know. Even though Draymond keeps trying to say that he was innocent, he's like, what did I do?
Come on, man.
Harrison clearly looks at Dre as the culprit there for.
I'm telling you that hate's gonna last forever. And
if you folks are unfamiliar with the backstory, Harrison Barnes blames Draymond Green for being shipped out for Kevin Durant. And the evidence of that, first of all, Draymond's talked about this on his podcast, but he knew for certain that Harrison didn't like him when he was not invited to his wedding, while all of his other former teammates were. He got snubbed. He got the wedding snub. And so that's how they feel about each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
The senator. All right, brother. I'm going to bring I have 3 more people waiting. Any final thoughts,
awesome.
Alan?
Hey, it's all good, man. We're gonna hang in there and watch the paint dry.
Good to see you, man. Hang in there for law school. How much more time do you have in law school before you're done?
I'm 2L, so I have like 1 more year.
Okay, 1 more year. You'll get there, man. You'll get there. Right. Stay strong.
Thank you, man. Peace.
And then I'll connect you with Aaron Turner, right?
My man. Hey, he's the GOAT. I'm a
All right,
big
Alan,
fan.
take it easy. That's Alan Day joining us from beautiful Santa Monica, California. Julian Bashir joining us from the other side of the country. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. I just wanted to read off some things to you. So,
quote,
blank player is the most competitive guy I've ever encountered. He always feels like he belongs on any court, and that's exactly what you need. Let's see. He's a big-time competitor. He cares. So I want to help him move forward after those inevitable tough nights. Let's see. Here's
is that a quote? What did you just read?
Yeah, these are all quotes. So let me know when you start to realize who it is. He reads the game. He handles the ball. He passes. He's a great rebounder. He sees things defensively. So he's always in the right spot. The game just connects when he's out there. It just makes a lot of sense for the group. He's cocky. He knows it. He knows he's good, and I love it. Another quote. He always feels like he belongs on any court, and that's exactly what you need. Let's see. I really like him. He's an excellent player with a bright future.
So there's some guesses in the chat. KKS is asking, was that LeBron James? You have Teo Irvin.
I'll say Steve Kerr said all these things.
So it was not Steph. Teo Irvin and a couple others guessed Stephen Curry. So Kerr said all that.
Yeah, but I didn't say what player he said that about.
No, Kuminga, right?
No, did you not hear anything I said?
No, I did, but I thought that was the whole reason why it was even trivia.
Those are all positive things towards a player of encouraging him, keeping him on the floor, working through his tough games, saying that he loves that he believes that he's a great player. And so all of that I just said was things that Steve Kerr has said about Brandin Podziemski. Yeah. So the reason why I bring that up is because you see all of that, the encouragement.
Fuck you.
Sorry.
He's a connector out there. He's getting better and better. It's been fun to see. He's really a guy who impacts the game in a lot of different ways, and that's one of the reasons he's playing so well for us. That's another quote as well. So all of that, and there was one quote.
Sorry.
Yeah, tell Latasha I am in love with JK. I see her chats when I'm in the StreamYard. I don't see in the regular YouTube. But imagine if you flip that around and you got that kind of encouragement and belief from your head coach, but it went towards the direction of Jonathan Kuminga. And I think the article you read earlier highlights a lot of Kuminga's frustration.
Yeah.
Because he kept on saying, why does he have to say things like that?
Yeah.
Like, you don't believe in me. And so my thing is, why does Kerr praise Pods for his irrational belief in himself, but he's gone out of his way for years to suppress the belief that Kuminga has in himself? That was a question I was like throwing to you or the audience as far as why does he love this from Brandin Podziemski? As far as Podziemski says, I'm going to be all-star. I'm going to be on an Olympic team. I'm going to have the keys to this team. I want to be just like Steph. But when Kuminga says,
I don't have an answer. This has been like the endless perplexing oddity of Kerr is that his mixed messaging, borderline phoniness, the favoritism. And look, Podziemski is a favorite of his. My guess is it's the work ethic out there. But look, I think it's crazy. I do.
Well, some things I think the continued haters in the chat, or not, I don't want to use the word haters, but it seems like they're just not listening. So that article that we read highlighted all the times that Kuminga proved himself. All right. So in his second year, I think Kuminga's been better than Wiggins in his second year. People could disagree as far as for that second year, but definitely the third year is better. The second year, when Wiggins went out because he was sad, Kuminga averaged 13 points per game on 57% shooting for the rest of the year. If that's not proof to you that, okay, this guy deserves a bigger role, I don't know what is. The third year comes, He's still not starting, but he plays 26 points per game. 26 minutes per game, has 16 points per game on over 52% shooting, and by every metric was the second best player on the team. That was a year where Draymond Green, Kuminga went on a stretch where Draymond Green said, who can stop you? Because I haven't seen it. That's what Draymond Green said. It wasn't him hyping him up, because there's a stretch where every time Kuminga drove down the lane, foul, finish. So we still have people to say like, oh, well, he's been in the league 5 years. He's not that guy. He's been proving it, but he's been constantly suppressed by his coach. The article also pointed out the playoff series. We said it time and time again. And this is how the irrational thinking of Steve Kerr is. In the playoffs, he dropped over 24 points per game on 55% shooting. You read the quote in the article. The very next preseason practice, Terry Stotts, probably with the instruction of Steve Kerr, says the first unit, your go-to players are Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Then the second unit, they have no direction other than pass to Spencer on the key. If you're Kuminga, if you've proven yourself over and over again, and the coaching staff, when you are out there with probably Spencer, Gee, some preseason signees, and you don't say, okay, we're running the offense through the guy that dropped 24 points per game on the Timberwolves and against playoff defense, that's a slight to the hard work that you're putting in. And this is how we've gotten to this point. And so so those that still are defending Kerr, they're in that bubble of loyalty to an organization instead of understanding the human aspect of this.
It's just literally like a it's a fandom thing. It's just like it's one of those things where kind of like a politician that you like even though or you dislike, regardless of policy, regardless of what they stand for. Some people just weirdly just feel things about certain people without logic or reasoning behind it. And, they might think it's logical because, hey, he was the head coach when they won 4 championships. But then where's the logic for the last 4 years, right? Or, like the guy I was having lunch with, for example, yesterday that I brought up, again, huge name in the media industry here in the Bay Area. And he's a Steve Kerr fan. And he thinks Jonathan Kuminga is a punk, even though he knew none of the facts when I started presenting it to him. Another thing that he brought up because I kept telling him dude, you're gonna pretend those Kevin Durant teams Kerr had anything to do with that when you're talking about 4 championships, and he goes, well, those were a lot of personalities and you needed someone to manage all those personalities and egos, and I'm gonna give him credit because I don't know if any other coach could manage that. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like that team was stacked and they did not have issues in terms of ego or anything like that. It was, if anything, the issues came about in year 3 because of the coach. The coach was causing the issues by year 3. Unbelievable shit, man. Because I told him dude, sorry, my grandmother could have coached that team to 2 straight titles. And he's like, well, I don't agree with that. I'm like, why? Well, because I think it's hard to manage that many players. It's all right, I guess, when someone believes that, how are you going to convince them otherwise? You're not. They're stubborn in their beliefs. It's it's crazy.
Yeah, the fans that view these players as commodities, and as far as you should just do as you're told instead of understanding they're people too.
Yes.
So a little bit on the side of basketball, because I've gone through this. I was born into the religion of Jehovah's Witness. It's a cult. It's very restrictive.
You were born into that?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And so if you they want to mold you into something, and I was like, I'm not this. And no matter what in order for me to leave that religion, I had to say to myself, if your version of God is correct, I'm okay with burning in hell or being punished than to worship that version of God that you've told me. And that's me having that definitive belief in myself, no, this is not for me. Same thing in relationships. There's plenty of times I could have settled for a good life, but I said, no, this life is not for me. And even in my pursuit in education and jobs, there's always people around you that are going to say, why are you doing this? Why are you pushing so hard? Why aren't you satisfied and happy with who you are. Like I used to be a director of operations or general manager of a live music nightclub, and I didn't like it, even though people say, "Oh, that's a great position," and I was like, "No," because I believe I deserve more in life. And then I pursued into the IT remote world, and now I'm doing more things. So you have to have belief in yourself. And so I wanted to bring some examples. So just like Steve Kerr and others were, in the organization, we're trying to change Kuminga's mindset. And even the way that he practices in that article, you saw that like he's practicing on his scoring 1-on-1 and his passing ability. And he didn't feel comfortable with the coaching staff watching him do things that they didn't want him to work on. He's like, no, this is who I am. Because Kuminga, when he plays in an offseason or against his peers, he's dominating them. So he's saying and same thing with the Wolf series. He's like, every time I play people that you say that are better than me, I outscore them and they can't stop me. So I'm not going to change who I am. So, for example, Oprah Winfrey, she was told she was unfit for television news and that she was too emotional and didn't fit the role, and she was fired from her first TV job. What if she didn't believe in herself and just did as she was told? J.K. Rowling was rejected by 12 publishers, and they told her that children's fantasies were not marketable. Steve Jobs was labeled difficult, immature, and unmanageable, and he was fired from his own company. Michael Jordan, I think most of you know this, was cut from his high school varsity basketball team. Coaches said that he lacked skill and size. Sylvester Stallone was said that he was not a leading material in Hollywood, and his speech impediment was mocked. We also have Walt Disney. They told him that he lacked imagination and good ideas, and was fired from his newspaper. Eminem was told that he would never succeed in hip hop. The founder of Starbucks said that Americans wouldn't pay for premium coffee, and he was rejected over 200 times. I can go on and on and on. But the most successful people in life are those that do not listen to those that are around them if they have a strong belief, and they stay persistent in what they believe in themselves. They don't say, okay, fine, I'm going to fit in. And I think that's because when Wiggins was on the team, I always got on Wiggins because apparently as a 46-inch vertical, he's super talented. But Wiggins is a personality that just goes with the flow, which is why he was a number one pick, but he never panned out in the Wolves as far as being the man. And by the way,
Julian, just to show you how this is just how dense some people in the crowd are.
Like, get what I'm trying to say.
Saying, oh, Kuminga, Steve Jobs now. Okay, no, you're still not getting it. What Julian is saying is there is a right way and a wrong way to nurture talent. There's a right way and a wrong way to develop talent. We're not saying like Kuminga is Steve Jobs. What we're saying is we'll never know what he could have been because he did not have a proper guidance. He didn't have a good teacher to set him up for success. It's not even close. By the way, I hope no one in the chat is comparing Phil Jackson to Steve Kerr. If that's happening, that is one of the most asinine comparisons, besides the fact that Phil Jackson has 11 titles coaching to Steve Kerr's 4, and the fact that Phil Jackson spent years toiling as an assistant, coaching minor leagues of basketball. Back then they called it I think the CBA is what it used to be called, one of the minor leagues back then. And maybe most importantly, Phil Jackson never missed the playoffs, not once, ever. No. Can't say the same for Kerr on a lot of occasions. It's insane. Compare the two. Please don't. Please, I'm begging you.
Joseph says that I'm bringing up amazing stories, and what about the millions who thought they were better and were wrong and became bums? Yeah, that's the difference. That's a risk that people that have that high belief in themselves are willing to take. That it's either I fly high or I crash and burn. That being in the middle of the pack is more suffering to their soul than failing. And that's something that, and Kuminga's already an amazing story. If you understand his background and how far he's come, he's already an amazing story. So it's that is a 1% kind of personality, and I don't think many people can. Hopefully they can get it, but I don't want to be insulting, but it's hard for people to get that. It's like no matter what, being mediocre is worse than death. And I will continue to pursue greatness or die trying. All right? Like get rich or die trying, like 50 Cent. everything. So if you don't have that mentality, then yeah, there's millions of stories we've never heard, and we hear about the stories of people that make it. Kuminga says, you know what, I'll take a pay cut. I'll risk not a pay cut, but I'll risk my future earnings right now because I believe in myself far more than the people around me. And I think the article, and we keep on breaking it down, every time he got a chance, he proved it. I believe he has enough of a resume that he can build upon. And the Hawks GM, he's said things like, we believe in him, and like we're bringing him in for very specific things. He didn't go too extended on it, but it means a lot for you to have people around you that see what you can do and then work with it. And that's something that when I started all the quotes of Pods is that you know what, Chosen? Pods is the example of one of the millions that will fail, that crash and burn. But Pods had someone that believed in him and still continues to this day. And we saw it 36 minutes today for inexplicably Pat Spencer was sat down and we closed with Pods and we went from a tie game to losing by 13. So what is it? Are we trying to win games? Are we trying to play the winning basketball? Because that has not been evident for a long time right now.
Well said. Well said.
But yeah, that's mostly I wanted to share.
Yeah.
Just hopefully some people in the chat are inspired by some of these quotes and also the perseverance. If you're in your 20s or even 30s, like I'm still in my I'm like over 35, 30s, but I'm still pursuing what I believe I can do. So don't give up on yourself. Don't settle. If you feel like there's more to it, sacrifice is the name of the game. Sacrifice years, sacrifice friends, family, if they're not benefiting you. All the great people that have made it, they all say the same story. The reason why they say it's lonely on top is because you will lose a lot of people on your pursuit towards greatness. And a lot of people fail at that pursuit of greatness because they're afraid to offend or to lose those attachments in life. So, whether it's like commitment to family, commitment to friends, you have to grow. Like if you grow, you outgrow people. Appreciate the past, but don't let anyone hold you back. That's it, Si. Thank you.
There you go. Boris, I'm going to get back to you in 1 second here because chosen people in the chat with another Kerr apology writing, you know how a team works, right? Everyone has a role. You do your role. There's no I in team is a saying for a reason. Well, under that premise, Steve Kerr had a role. Listen to the front office and play the players they signed for you. Why are you absolving Kerr of DNPing a $22 million guy? The entire issue here is the lack of minutes given to Kuminga. Do you not realize how simple this of a resolution it would have been? Like all Kerr had to do was give this guy minutes. Problem goes away. We find out by now whether he's a star or whether he's a role player. But no, Kerr just stubbornly till the very end refused to do so. Because, again, I use this word countlessly to describe Kerr, and I've been saying it for years, and so far, still can't think of a better word for him. Obtuse. He thinks in his mind he's smarter than everyone else. So, if what you're worried about is the team and the roles within that team, don't ignore the front office, and don't ignore the fact that Steve Kerr routinely loves to bring up the separation of powers with this organization and the fact that he's not the GM. And so when they get him players, play them. Why do you ignore that part of it? Why do you absolve him of that? Boris Schusterman, $1.99. Thank you for your donation. Sir, writing, any chance Joe Lacob brings Kuminga back after the Kerr era? My strong suspicion, my guess that I espouse with confidence is no. And it's not because Lacob would want him. It's because I don't think Kuminga would in a million years consider coming back. If Joe valued him, he had options as well, including telling his coach, play this kid or I fire your ass. But he didn't. He just keeps letting Kerr get away with this shit, and there's zero accountability. Bloomer vibes. The sad profile pic tonight. How are you doing?
Hey, Si. Not doing so good, but got to get accustomed to this lifestyle.
Of the Warriors.
Oh yeah.
I don't honestly enjoy these games. First of all, Will Richard was injured. He's one of my favorite players to watch just to see him develop, and he's had some incredible games here and there. Solid rookie draft pick, but he was out tonight with a right knee bruise. I bring that up because he was out, but it's like one of many gripes I have with Podziemski, besides the fact that he's just not a good basketball player. He's average at best. He's not fun to watch either. Like when he's out there, and especially when you see these lineups where it's like him, Pat Spencer, and GP2. GP2, side note, has actually been playing great ball lately. I'm not saying this as an indictment on him. More so when you're playing hobbits, when you're just playing a bunch of little people, and one of those little people can't do anything special. All he does is just dribble the ball and then stops his dribble and then just passes it to someone. That's what he does every possession. It is not fun to watch. No, it is not fun to watch a team of little people.
I must have done about 100 miles. But
Tell him tattoo. That's a bunch of tattoos. It was worth it. Yeah, and it's just not fun. Like tattoo is not made to play basketball.
Nope. I mean, this really is. I mean, I've said it last stream. This is stale product. It's
a shit product. Yes, the product sucks.
Yeah.
When Podziemski plays, man, I'm approaching like Ty Jerome level of distaste when I see him out there, like because I just know it's losing basketball. I know the other. In other words, like to maybe articulate this in a more clear manner. I hate it when the Warriors have players out there that I know strike zero fear in the hearts of the opponent. When other teams see Brandin Podziemski on the floor, they're happy. They look forward to it. They're not afraid of him. They're not intimidated by him. They know they can blow by him when he's on defense, and they know he's not going to do shit to you when he has the ball offensively. It's crazy. It's a horrible product, man. And Kerr just keeps rolling this shit out. It's insane. It's utterly insane. I hate it. I hate this product, man. It ain't good to watch. It is not fun to watch. It's not winning basketball. It's not a formula for success. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this we're not going to get much of a change with this guy in the the driver's seat in Kerr, man. This has been going on for way too long. I mean, we've said it countless times on these streams. Like the fact that you read that long, what was it, like ESPN article? I mean, I was listening it the whole time, and that's the writing on the wall right there. It's just it's so plain and clear, and we're not really. We as fans should know better, especially the ones that go to the games. Like, I mean, like, look, it actually I think it's kind of working, right? There's barely any seats in the what's it called, Chase Center. Did you see that? Like,
and by the way, Barber in the chat, who's just going to extremes, still defending Kerr to the end, saying, "Well, the Warriors are the 8th seed. How are they the 8th seed if the coach is awful?" Stephen Curry's still on this team. Okay, like, do not ignore the fact that Jimmy Butler was on the team until recently.
Yeah,
like Steph is still on this team. All right, let's see what, if you want to know how a team looks when a Steve Kerr team looks when it doesn't have superstars. Look at 2019-2020 when they won 15 games, or look at the U.S. team in the summer of 2023 when he didn't have Steph and LeBron and KD. And instead had Anthony Edwards and Austin Reeves. And the results were not even a medal. He couldn't even lead his team to a bronze. So if you're curious to know, well, they're still above 500. I mean, they're a whole 3 games above 500. They're 8th in the West. Side note, 8th place is not something to brag about.
No.
But to answer your question for why are they still even above 500, because the last I checked, they still do have Stephen Curry. They still did have Jimmy Butler. And look, if Steph's out for the year, yeah, let's see that record hold up. I'm pretty sure it ain't going to hold up. No. Don't ignore the talent, man. Jesus Christ. You're just going to die on this hill. Some people are just going to die on this hill, dude, even though the evidence is so overwhelming that he can't develop talent. His schemes are no longer they no longer have the ingenuity that they once did in terms of keeping opponents on their heels. It's crazy, man. How many years of mediocrity will it take for you folks? I'm guessing at this point the Warriors could be bad for 20 years. Steve Kerr could be an 80-year-old head coach at this point, and they've had another 20 years of mediocrity, and people will still find ways to defend them. It's just you just will like them no matter what. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I really wish like I was in good graces with people like you, because I could convince you to buy a bridge. I could convince you to pay my mortgage. It's crazy, man.
No,
it's madness.
Yeah, what you're saying is very relevant. Side these people in the chat that's apparently Steve Kerr apologist till the end. You know, they're just going to be blindsided for not realizing the facts, even though you literally presented it at the beginning of the show. Like, how much more evidence do you have to like prove? There's no more like beating around the bush here. We all have to get smarter and realize this is not working the way we want it to. Like, yeah, you want to brag about 8th seed. How about go back to what Steve Kerr said in those previous interviews, like very early in the beginning? He's like, "Oh, we're trying to get the 6th seed." How can you get to the 6th seed with like half your roster banged up? You know what I mean? And you're making these dumb trades to get Tingis Pingis from Atlanta.
Tingis Pingis!
I love Larry Hood in our chat with a great nickname for Brandin Podziemski, the Great Trier. Yeah, he's like a hustle guy. He hustles out there, and that's cute. I remember when I played high school ball, there was a guy on our team. He wasn't on our team, but this was during training camp in the summer. He was trying to be on the team, and he was one of these guys that you just knew did not have the ability to make it, but he was just hustling, man, like trying every possession. And the coaches were loving him for a second. They're like, we love the hustle, man, but we're going to cut you because you don't have talent. It's like it's one of those situations, except in this case, I don't see anybody cutting him. They just keep giving him more minutes. Like, what kind of madness is this? Like mediocrity being rewarded? Dude, Kerr's just a putz, dude. I don't know how much more evidence. I mean, again, if Kerr was just this infallible, unbelievable basketball mind, why did it not work out in Phoenix?
Yeah.
Like, why did he fail as a GM? Because he doesn't know shit when it comes to personnel. And he, again, 2014-15, I've said it before. I'll give you guys that. I'll give the Kerr apologist that. Even though he inherited a 50-win team, technically 51, who added Sean Livingston, who added Leandro Barbosa, who added Brandon Rush, who had a healthy Andrew Bogut, who was not healthy when they needed him the year before. And that's what you inherited. And you have all these people pretending that Kerr is the genius that flipped the switch somehow. It's like, get the F out of here, dude. He's just the right place at the right time, like, guy. It's unreal. It's unreal.
And also
more excuses from this Barber guy. What GM worked with Suns? What is that? What does that even have to do with anything? So what? Is the city of Phoenix cursed? Is that your insinuation, Barber?
He must be Barber NBA must be like a very new NBA fan, because if I knew that Steve Kerr was from the GM, that was once upon a time a GM for the Suns, that clearly means that's telling my age that I'm getting old. I mean, this guy clearly is.
We all are, man. We all.
Yeah, I mean, this Barber NBA guy must be in his late teens, maybe early.
No. It surprised me a little bit. He joined me once, and he's not. I swear to you, Bloomer, I thought the exact same thing. I thought when Barber came on, I was expecting like another Desario, like another kid. And Barber's like my age, I'm guessing, or older. I don't know. But Barber, I just don't get. Some people are they just love Steve Kerr. It's incredible, man. And the guy doesn't even play. He's a coach. And that's what people are like dying on a hill of, man. An NBA coach. It's the most overrated, irrelevant, position in NBA basketball is who the coach is. Their job is to not mess it up. That's primarily the job. Don't mess it up and just keep shit together, play the right people, the right minutes, stay out of the way otherwise. But Kerr thinks he's responsible for this dynasty. I mean, all these different starting lineups, all these like 11, 12, 14 deep rotations. Does it not occur to you folks that Kerr does this because he wants to keep putting his imprint on these games? Because in his head, he thinks he's such a genius as a head coach that his rotations are what's going to magically overpower opponents. It's insane. And so many of you folks just keep buying this shit up, thinking that Steve Kerr's the magic man. It's wild, dude. It's absolutely wild. It doesn't stop amazing me in terms of just it's oh my God. It's like what was the Epstein thing today? Wasn't that in the news where our U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi was sitting there and smirking at a panel as they're calling her out for her president and all these other people who are now being exposed as either being directly involved in pedophilia and sex trafficking and all that. And then you have Pam Bondi just sitting there smirking, deflecting. Like that's what my mind is going to now with Kerr apologist. That there's all this evidence of him being incompetent, inept, egotistical, arrogant, obtuse, and you guys just sit there and just smirk. It's insane. You folks really like test my belief in humanity, because if you don't have the acumen with all the evidence presented in front of you to realize how big of a nincompoop this head coach is, you might just be hopeless. I don't know what else there is here that to explain it, other than maybe you're just hopeless. And this is just a hill you're going to die on. Brooklyn, no opinion, $4.99 dropping. Woke up and I see Podziemski led the team in minutes. Imagine if he had the playoff performance Kuminga had versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. Steve Kerr would make sure he gets paid the max. Wholeheartedly agree. The double standards, it's egregious. Do any of you Kerr apologists, have you never had a shitty boss in your life who just completely ruins your life because they just, for insane subjective reasons, don't like you? Have you never been in that position? If that's the case, more power to you. Congrats, you're blessed. And the only unfortunate thing is you lack that perspective, and unfortunately, I guess you need to learn the hard way. And maybe you someday need to be in that position before you realize, oh my God, it is not cool to have a bad boss. That's what Steve Kerr is. He's a bad boss. He's a horrible boss.
Yeah, and
it's
also,
insanity, man.
And also say like this, bring up what these Kerr apologists are is like, they also, it's not just that, they're also probably like those people that's like everything is like handed to them, that always like thing is given towards them, versus like people like us that has to work hard for it, you know? And it's not fair, but that's how life is.
Exactly. Bloomer, do you agree that I don't feel a meritocracy with the Warriors team, right? Like if we're going to talk about team, like one thing that I believe in is a meritocracy. And if you don't know what that means, it basically means rewarding the best employees, right? Rewarding the people who are the best at their job. No doubt Podziemski is a hard worker, but just because the optics show that he's a Johnny Hustle guy out there doesn't mean he's actually the hardest worker. And there are a lot of measurables which actually matter in basketball: scoring, rebounding, and Podziemski doesn't thrive in any of those measurables.
No.
Except charges. Okay, great. And even that number is dipped because you see other teams now, all they do is just go around him. They figured him out on that front. So I don't get it, man. This is not a meritocracy. This is Steve Kerr playing favorites. This is Steve Kerr hiring his kid who again, he named Nick. Make that make sense. And he hires him as his assistant head coach. He hires his best friend as an assistant coach, Bruce Frazier. He plays only the players that are his favorites. Brandin Podziemski is an example of that. And you're going to sit here and pretend he's a good leader? Like these are the traits of a horrible leader. Favoritism, nepotism, like being aloof, being stubborn, and sticking with your beliefs even when they don't work. These are traits of a horrible leader. And you just keep supporting that. Why? I unbelievable shit. I just don't get it, man. Congratulations to that section of people for really like lowering my faith in humanity, knowing that there are a lot of you out there who would just rather stick with the wrong answer just because you're stubborn, instead of admitting that maybe this coach, this clipboard holder who's not out there doing anything that you still worship pathetically, is not the guy. He was the guy. Great. But been a long ass time since his team has made the playoffs, has achieved success, has made us feel good. It's been a long ass time. 4 years. That's the span of an Olympics. And that's how long it's been since the Warriors have looked like a real basketball team. But you folks just want to give them a pass. It's insane. It's utterly insane. Spreewell was right. Armando, what's up, brother? And folks, please subscribe to Spreewell was right on YouTube. That is Armando Laura's YouTube channel.
Yep.
Writing, hey, would you guys invest in the stock of a company with bad management and poor self-awareness about their product? I think Kerr apologists would.
Oh, yeah. They definitely would.
Bloomer, how's life for you, brother?
I mean, besides all this antics with Hobbit Ball and Sideshow Bobs, everything's going smoothly. I mean, it's trying to be like I'm not trying to be. It's actually it's going good for this new year so far. I mean, we're in February. It's gonna be March soon. You know, my lady and family and everyone else is doing okay. It's right now it's pretty cold in Cali. I'm just trying to wait for it to get hotter.
Yeah, got a little wet in the last day or two.
Yeah,
people in our chat again. The Kerr apologist is going to die on this hill, saying many coaches have had great teams and never won. Kerr has won. Give me an example. Give me an example of a head coach who has had these great teams and never were able to produce. Because I'm going to respond to you and say they're not a good coach. What makes them a great coach to you if they can't win with great teams? I don't even get what the logic is there.
If
you're gonna go down that line of logic, yeah.
I mean, no. I was gonna say this chosen people is the one that is a family man, right? Like he has kids, and I'm surprised.
Casual observer.
I'm surprised they all are. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't understand your whole. You know, if you think about Kerr having those rings, think of Casey Jones, right? Because you said like he's the one that had like multiple rings, but nobody talks about him, and like he was. I guess was he successful?
Well, and that's why for the barbers of the world who write 4 chips in 10 years. Again, this is Casey Jones. I guess I gotta find the clip again. I'll pull this up, and I should make this kind of bookmarked of Gary Payton, not the second, but his dad, the Hall of Famer, who once came out and not once. This was actually a very recent. He talked about Casey Jones, and truth is, man, I completely I was ignorant about Casey Jones until this clip, and I was like, what the F? I just completely forgot that Casey Jones won that many rings. And then when you see this clip, it's like, oh, this is why no one ever talks about him. It's because he had these stacked teams. Mm-hmm. And and this is GP. This is GP, the senior.
Yeah, original.
The original. Yeah, again, the Hall of Famer. And if this clip doesn't resonate with you folks, then I don't know what will. But here is Gary Payton talking about why Casey Jones did not work out with his Seattle Supersonics. And then tell me that you don't hear the similarities. Here was Gary Payton just last year.
For the Supersonics, first 2 years, a little bit rough. And, the coach is Casey Jones.
Right.
Who is a great coach. Let's just put it out there. He won 11 out of 12 NBA championships, 8 as a player, 3 as a coach. But I guess you went, to the owner and said that you want a new coach?
No, what happened is that they were going to trade me. And then the ownership did this. They said, okay, we don't know why you and Sean are not getting better. So they pulled us in. And as you got to understand, Vlad, when you got a coach who has won 8 championships as a player and 3 as a coach, you ask why. The reason why is because the Boston Celtics had great teams. And he coached Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Danny Ainge, ML Carr, people like that who were already established. So you didn't have to have young players when that was when the generation was changing in basketball in the NBA. You didn't have all the old school Magic Johnson, Kareem, all that stuff where you could just go and sit down and Magic will take over the game.
The ball,
Here, just got the ball.
Right.
You didn't have that. So we were fresh. And when we were fresh, he didn't know how to relate to that. You know what I'm saying? He was used to getting older guys, just giving the ball, and we didn't know how to play the game. So you had to teach us the game. And when you got to teach us the game, it's a different story. And he just didn't have that in us. And we just needed a new guidance. It was nothing against Casey Jones. It was just that we needed a coach that can guide us. And he wasn't that type of coach to guide us.
Right. And here comes George Karl, who's considered one of the greatest coaches of all time. He's one of 9 coaches to win 1,000+ NBA games. He was, later on, he was coach of the year in 2012 with the Nuggets. But was that really the turning point for the Sonics when he came on board?
Yes, it was. I think when they went and got him from Italy and hired him, I think the best thing that Coach Karl did was went and got Coach Tim Gergerich from UNLV with Tarkanian. And I think Coach Gerg made us all. He made us all because he did the one thing that nobody has ever done. This was going to be our 3rd year in the league. He made me and Sean go to every summer league and play in it in the NBA. And we played in 3 that year. And when we did, Sean was averaging like 29. I was averaging like 24, 25 or whatever. And it made us better. It made us understand how do we have to work and be tough with it. And we went the whole summer and just worked. We worked hard at our game. And then the following year, both of us made the All-Star game.
And we'll stop it there. And again, what Gary Payton's saying, the similarities to the Warriors situation, striking, where the Seattle Supersonics were ready to trade Gary Payton and Sean Kemp because they were not seeing results. They were not seeing the numbers. They weren't seeing development. And kudos to the Sonics front office for even communicating with Gary Payton so they could hear his side of it, which is, look, we have a coach that great manager, give him a talented stacked roster. He'll do shit, but give him young players. He doesn't know how the F to talk to us. He doesn't try and teach us. He doesn't do shit. And that's the Casey Jones, Steve Kerr comp to me is so on par in the sense that they both have a shitload of rings, but they both got those rings being in the right place at the right time. In Casey Jones' situation, a role player on those Celtics teams that Bill Russell was leading. And then as a coach, he was actually an assistant for 1 year with the Lakers, the 71 Lakers team that had Wilt, Jerry West. And being an assistant back then was very relevant because NBA coaching staffs are not like what you see right now where there's like rows of them and there's like 10, 15 of them. Until the early 80s or late 70s, right around 1980, NBA teams had a head coach and one assistant. That's it. That was your whole staff. And so Casey Jones got one ring being the assistant with the Lakers, and it was just him and one other guy. But again, that team had Wilt and Jerry West. And then he's the head coach for that Celtics team with Larry Bird and all those other players that got 3 rings. And again, it's one thing to have a stacked roster where you're one piece alongside a generational Hall of Fame superstar. It's another thing to actually teach and coach young players. And Kerr has shown zero evidence to me, none, zip, nilch, that he can do that. He's great at managing a stacked, ridiculously deep roster that he inherited, which was already trending in a damn good direction. Whole other story, the moment you give him young pieces and the fact that he couldn't make it, he couldn't get himself to give Kuminga minutes. But with Podziemski, the most below average player in the NBA right now, dude's getting 35 minutes a game. What kind of madness is that?
Anyways, yes, it's disheartening, Cy, and
it is disheartening. You're right.
And also, I don't know if you saw some other, like, besides JK and Buddy. I mean, I don't even know how that's going to turn out. I'm obviously waiting for that Hawks and Warriors game sometime in March. But I think you touched upon it, but I'm not fully sure if you did. The TJD on the Raptors, he's looking damn good, man. I mean,
did they play tonight?
I don't remember. I was really trying to focus on the board
because we got the Cam Thomas report. But you're right. Trayce Jackson-Davis in his debut with the Raptors had a double-double, 10 points, 10 rebounds. Tonight, they lost to the Pistons. Look, it is Detroit.
Yeah.
Best team in the East. 113-95 was the final there. Trayce Jackson-Davis played just 10 minutes in this one. No points, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal in just 10 minutes, though. He didn't get a big run. So to put it in perspective for you, he was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th on the team in minutes. So he didn't get much of a role tonight, but it was also Detroit.
Yeah. And then also what I wanted to bring up tonight was basically moving forward, what the Warriors should really do is, I mean, I've said it last stream and I'll say it again, that we shouldn't be like getting all hyped up about these marginal games at this point. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a big team, doesn't matter if it's a low team. What matters is the game's gonna get played. You're gonna criticize it, but what we all should ultimately go for and moving forward now is tanking. Like, there's no point. Like, yeah, we're the 8th seed, but there's no point in trying to go to the plane because what? You got to go to the plane with what you have, and then you got to run Curry to the floor again. He's possibly going to get hurt because Jimmy's not going to come back anytime soon.
No,
I don't know when KP with this POTS illness, whatever he's dealing with, is going to help.
Draymond or left Achilles strain. Left Achilles strain. No big deal. Just your Achilles.
Yeah, and then also Draymond has games here and there where he can still kind of bring it, but then, obviously he's still going to have his antics, right? And then
I think to me, Dre, and this is just my opinion, but I feel like Dre plays up to the opponent. Meaning, if the opponent is someone legit, like tonight, for example, the Spurs, and he's tasked with defending Victor Wembanyama, he rises up, he wakes up. If it's a game against Memphis and they're tanking, he kind of plays down to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like you called it the other night, man. Like those 7 turnovers he had, it looked so disengaged. He had poor body language. He just wanted to sit. Obviously the All-Star break is literally right around the corner, so I kind of get that. But at the same time, you got to do your damn job, regardless if you're tired or not, and just push through. Like that, everyone doesn't have to be basketball. Like everyone's trying to push. Like we're all trying to push through to get to the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Like, come on now, like.
Hell yeah, dude.
TGIF, that's what we strive for every week, or for everyone else is different. Like any source of small victory for yourself or even for others that you care about is something to look forward to.
Hell yeah, dude.
You know what I mean? I'm not sure.
We go with Sizzler.
Dude, we going to Sizzler, baby. Hell yeah. Is Sizzler still a thing, by the way? Is that still in existence?
But yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. So like we as human beings in this society, especially in the modern day, has to keep moving forward in some positive way. And if we find things that doesn't make sense, we need to speak up about it, not just accept what we have, accept what we are, and just, fold over and just do what the system does. Like, forget the system. Make a change now. Like, all these Steve Kerr apologists need to get off their asses and start standing for themselves. Like, come on, man. Look at the picture, or look at the big picture, and really take a leap for yourself and actually think for yourself. Don't let someone else decide for you. Like,
Agreed.
That's what pisses me off. Like who was it? Like you said, Quentin or Cam that's doing that GoFundMe thing, like for the whole
still waiting, Cam.
Yeah,
still waiting.
Because I'm tired of seeing like Steve Kerr just having they're always panning the camera at him, thinking like he knows something. He looks distraught. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He has that clipboard. He's talking with the coaching staff. Like, clearly he doesn't know what he's doing if he's playing the way he does in all these 4-guard lineups and Horford out there, 4-guard lineups, and Draymond at the center, which obviously is not a good combination once again, especially in the modern era. So like we need to have some sort of altercation of like, hey, there should be a sign somewhere in the crowd saying fire Kerr or trade Sideshow Bob, or something like that. We got to make changes, and we need to change now, guys. Come on.
Agreed. And now I'm hungry, and I want to go to Sizzler. And I know I started that myself with this.
Go with Sizzler. We go with Sizzler.
And it turns out, man, I haven't seen a Sizzler in years, and I actually just looked it up, and it turns out there's still somewhere between 74 and 80 locations. They're mostly in the West Coast. And supposedly Sizzler is trying to make a comeback. In the Bay Area, we have 2 of them. We have 2 Sizzlers in the Bay Area. I did not know that. One is in Pinole, and the other one is in Colma. Okay, so one's in Pinole up in Contra Costa County. The other one's down in the city that is called Colma. It's just south of San Francisco. Isn't that the city where it's all just mostly graveyards? But it is. I think it's just all it's just a city full of dead people. But anyways, Sizzler. I haven't been there in like 20 years. I just remember the all-you-can-eat shrimp was one of the most amazing things I've ever had in my life. And our Harmonies in the chat brings up the cheese toast. Chef's kiss to that. Yeah. All-you-can-eat steak and shrimp. Chef's kiss to that. I'm getting hungry, man. We got to start wrapping up the show. Bloomer, any final thoughts?
Yeah. Actually, a fun fact for my final thought. Actually, since you brought up the whole Gary Payton and Casey Jones thing, when I was actually gonna say, I actually did see Gary Payton in real life, not that long ago, actually, because my cousin, she plays D1 basketball. He came over as an opponent for the men's version for, I think it was SJSU, and he was the coach. He was the coach on the other team, and I saw him, and everyone's like, "Hey, is that Gary Payton?
Who's the other team?"
I can't remember the color of the jerseys, but I think they were wearing I think it was like a purple, and it was like some sort of purple royal color or something like that. But I know that was him because same
Grand Canyon University, maybe. Okay,
I probably, and I'm like, we all took pictures and stuff. We all talked, and I'm like, yo, your son's playing for the Warriors. We're a fan, and you're like, hey, and he's like, I mean, everyone was all lost in questions, but it was cool to see him. So,
By the way,
really
Chosen in our chat writes, sorry, Bloomer, to divest. That's not the right word. Whatever. To distract from your topic. But Chosen People writes that he drives past Sizzler every day. Chosen, take the family there and thank me later. Kids, look, unless the recipe has changed for their food, I remember as a kid loving Sizzler. And there's a damn good reason why. This clip from
White Man Can't Jump.
White Man Can't Jump. Thank you.
Yeah. We go with Sizzler.
It is so good. I'm not sitting here saying it's like award-winning Michelin star restaurant, but it's some good shit. And it's all you can eat. That's maybe the best part. And the shrimp is like popcorn shrimp. It's kind of fried.
Popcorn shrimp. I remember those.
It's so good.
Yeah. I want some love that movie, by the way, too. White Man Can't Jump. Definitely recommend if anyone hasn't seen that.
Did you watch the remake?
Not the remake, only the original. I like to watch originals with when it comes to those kind of films.
With Rosie Perez and Woody and Wesley Snipes pre-IRS issues. Yeah, Wesley Snipes was a movie star once upon a time. Yeah. For you young folks out there who are like, who is that dude? He was a big star of Blade. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, side. Last thing I'm gonna say is that hopefully, are you gonna do a stream after the All-Star break, or what's going on with that, real quick?
Well, I don't have a schedule yet, but we'll have a bunch of shows. Yeah, I'm hoping to be guest oriented. Yeah.
Okay. No. I just wanted to say, let's, I'm with you with the whole tanking thing, and let's really hope for the best in terms of Joe can maybe start thinking about that idea, because this is not going to work if they go into the play, and I guarantee you that.
Bloomer, I'll say this in terms of my opinion on tanking. If Steph can come back and be healthy, then all right, let's see what the Warriors got. But as long as he's missing games with runner's knee, which is one of the most atypical old man injuries imaginable, what is the point? What is the point of this? Steve Kerr literally said regarding Stephen Curry's injury diagnosis that he's out through the All-Star break, and then he's going to be day by day when they get back, meaning there's no guarantee we'll see him in that Celtics game after the All-Star break. We might see him for that Celtics game. And when I hear verbiage like that, non-committal a type of rhetoric pertaining to a player who's dealing with a chronic injury, I don't like it. It doesn't bode well from my experience. There's a very strong possibility Steph could be out for the rest of the year. Yeah. And if that's the case, tank. What are you playing for, man? This is a deep draft. Don't be a fool.
Oh, yeah.
And try to win so that you can get a draft pick at 15 or get another Podziemski. Dude, this is a deep draft. what is the point of trying? That's just me. But now look, if Steph does come back and suddenly he's like healthy and active and yeah, sure. Okay, fine.
Game, and also we don't know about KP either too. I don't know if he's going to come back with Curry. So that's all I got to say, Sai. And thanks again. Hopefully going on your next show and keep it up, man. Thanks, content.
Thank you. Hopefully next time we see you, your profile pick will be positive. not the
yeah, you're right.
One for losses, man. All right, brother. Bloomer Vibes joining us always. Not always, but pretty regularly, and he's a great audience member, providing some awesome content. They call me crazy. Is that the handle? I'm sorry, I can't read it well. Thanks for waiting as well. How are you doing?
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. What's your handle or what's your name?
It should be the same in the YouTube chat, but they called me crazy.
Basically. Okay, cool. Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, thanks. So I know we're talking about tanking and stuff and the future of the team.
What are your thoughts?
So I don't know. I was kind of coming in with a question because I have some thoughts on this, but in terms of the chat and what you think about, like, what do you guys think of where this team is going in the next few years? Because at least from Steve Kerr's perspective, it seemed he had that quote recently that he doesn't believe that they're going to be championship level team. So my question, I guess, is if they don't believe that, what are they actually doing with these trades and in terms of the draft and everything?
You better be careful, man. See, now you're making sense, and that goes against almost everything the Warriors are doing. So just tread carefully, please. I'm being facetious, man. What I'm trying to say is what's typically sensical is not what we're seeing from this organization. It's which is what's so frustrating about all this. Keep going, man. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you weren't interrupting me yet. That was kind of like an open-ended question, but I guess a couple callers ago, I think it was Alan.
Well, let me ask you this, because I feel like we've covered that subject. I don't know if we've done it exhaustively, but we've covered it a lot. In your opinion, what should the Warriors do?
I mean, I think it's clear that at least for this year, this draft is I mean, people are saying generational. I would probably tend to agree with that.
And supposedly the top 4 is where the true prizes are, and that you're striking gold with any of the first 4 picks. So I say, why not throw your hat in the mix? I mean, look, the Mavericks had the lowest odds, and whether that was rigged or not, they got the top pick. I would, oh my God, could you imagine a Cooper Flag on your team? I mean, that would be amazing. So just, like what? I'm with you. What is the alternative? Like this Warriors team is not going to make noise in the postseason. I can promise you that. They're not doing shit this postseason. You finish as the 8th seed, okay, great. You got a first round, you got a play-in game against the 7th seed Suns. You may or may not win that. If you win that, now you're the 7th seed. Congrats. You got a 7-game series with that San Antonio team that beat you tonight. And you're not going to win that series. You have no shot in a series like that. And then what? Now you have a draft pick in the 20s or like the late teens, just like you did with when you drafted Brandin Podziemski. Awesome. And then you have another year next year like this. Yay. Like I'm with you. It makes almost no sense to try and win now. Unless Steph is not as hurt as he may be. I mean, but the fact that he's missing all these games, I don't think is a good look. How long has Steph been out? Like, let me look that up real quick. Am I making sense though? Like, do you agree with that sentiment, or what are your thoughts?
No, I mean, exactly. I mean, it's a lottery at the end of the day. Like, we can't go in saying, okay, we're for sure getting the top 4. But I mean, at the end of the day, like for the past however many years, this team has been struggling with keeping under the cap, dealing with the CBA, and that's been limiting in terms of like the trades that they've been able to make. And I mean, we picked up Jimmy, who's making 57 mil per year, which is like a third of the cap. And what teams are doing now is, I mean, they're going to the draft to get talent, and it's worked out for San Antonio. Obviously, they got lucky quite a few times.
Dylan, dude, they got some gems on that team, man. Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox. I can't believe they got him for like practically nothing. Good job, Sack. You know, even Vasily, who the broadcast crew tonight claimed that Keldon Johnson calls him their connector. I wish the Warriors had a real connector like that, not a fake phony connector like Brandin Podziemski. Dude, I would love a top 4 pick for the Warriors. It would be amazing.
Yeah.
And then just keep him away from Kerr, please. Just keep him far away from Steve Kerr, because I don't want that toxicity like creeping anywhere near my prized draft pick. The Stephen Curry hasn't played since he last played January 30th, a loss to the Detroit Pistons at home. So since then, he hasn't played at all in February, and which represents 1, 2, 3, 4. He's missed 5 games so far, and now we're at the All-Star break. I mean, I don't get, like, look, if Steph's magically healthy, and if he comes back and he's like, I feel, you know, I'm like a spring chicken, man. Let's go out there and give me 35 minutes. Okay, all right, let's go for it. Let's have some fun. This is still one of the most entertaining of basketball players in the world, one of the greatest basketball players in the world. But if this runner's knee thing is chronic, yeah, shut that shit down, man. F Steve Kerr. Stop giving him what he wants, and tank. To me, that's the only direction you go.
But I mean, that's what runner's knee is. It's an overuse kind of injury.
Yes, but, it's an old man injury. Yeah,
like
you don't see 25-year-olds with that.
Exactly. You can come back feeling.
And then this is the delusion, by the way.
Chicken. Yeah.
They call me crazy. This is the delusion, by the way, from Kerr apologists, from Latasha, who is our resident Brandin Podziemski supporter in our chat, saying if the Warriors make the playoffs with Steph and a healthy Porzingis, I like our chances. I mean, look, if your goal was to make me think you're less delusional, mission not accomplished. Huge fail. In what world do you think this team with the Steph and health? First of all, what makes you think Porzingis will be healthy? And what makes you think, even with those assets, that they're going to beat teams like the Spurs or anyone else who's in the top 6 in the Western Conference? Like where does that delusion of grandeur come from? Just you hope, you think, you believe?
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe
here, man,
that we have
unbelievable,
close to 60 million just guaranteed to not get any minutes during that time period. So it's, I mean, you could say delusional, but I mean, as a fan, you like to think that, with Curry, we can do anything. But I mean,
really want, and by the way, Barber is saying, I guess they did it last year. Yeah. With Jimmy Butler, and Steph was a year younger. I don't remember him having runner's knee. He also, because they relied on him so much, popped his hammy. And this time you don't have a Jonathan Kuminga who at least keeps things interesting and entertaining to give you points. I don't know where the offense comes from. I don't know where I don't know where anything comes from that results in winning basketball with this team as currently constructed. It's the not having Jimmy Butler part is huge, because he was massive for this team in them beating Houston last year. And he's out, and Porzingis, like, come on, Tingis Pingis.
Yeah, I mean, that's all relying on so many other assumptions as well. Like Porzingis, we don't know what he's going to look like. We don't know if he's going to play more than, I don't know, another 10 games, even 1 game. Like, you look at, like, Otto Porter, who he had a good run with us, but I mean, the next seasons when he was playing after he left the Warriors, like, he played, I don't even remember, for a little bit maybe, and he retired. So, like, is Porzingis going to have the same trajectory? Is he going to potentially retire in the next year or next?
Well, his contract expires this year. He's still playing out his last big deal that he signed. And look, who knows? I mean, there's no way to accurately predict this, but what I'll say is, if he does retire after this season because of the POTS, I would not be surprised. The dude has collected like over $250 million in NBA paychecks, and he lives overseas. So something tells me the money's going even further wherever he's at. He doesn't need to play anymore. Like, he's set. He's set for life. And again, this POTS thing is serious business. This ain't no joke, man. Like we're talking about a heart irregularity for an NBA player. Like, massive red flags, massive. Like I didn't know how severe this POTS thing is until our last show when Frank B in our audience. And again, Frank, if you're listening, kudos, man. Chef's kiss for your analysis you brought in. But Frank B, besides spitting great hoops takes, also reveals to the audience he has a neighbor who's dealing with POTS. And he was calling it something more specific, like Trechididia, or what was he calling it? Hold on, I have it right here again. POTS. I guess if you're accustomed and used to it, they don't even call it POTS. They just call it tachycardia or tacky. Like, they have nicknames for this shit. And what he was saying is that people who have tachycardia, I keep forgetting. Tachycardia, I apologize. That folks who have tachycardia, like, this is an affliction. Like, the rest of your life you have this thing, and you got to live life in a calm manner so you're not putting pressure on your heart. And we're talking about an NBA player who's 7'2". I mean, like, his heart's probably enlarged already because he's such a big human being. Dude, all I'm saying is, look, I hope I'm wrong because I'd love to see him play. Don't expect that shit. I mean, you might see him here and there, but don't expect that shit. I mean, I know Rick Celebrini is amazing, but we'll see. We'll see. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, to finish that thought, like, it's a condition that, as far as I understand, is linked to a person's height as well. So people that are taller tend to have potentially more severe case of it. So, I mean, being 7'3", I mean, he's not going to get any shorter, right? And he's not going to get any more, I don't know, have better cardio potentially later in his life. Like, usually that decreases with age. And yeah, I don't know. It's not looking great on that front.
No, it's not. And even adding to that, again, he's on the injury report last week with illness described as the injury. And then he's on the injury report this week, not with illness, but with left Achilles management. Okay. This so far so awesome with the new 7'2" Tingis Pingis. He's either got an illness or left Achilles management or both or neither. You also had the commentary from various coaches and players who actually were participated or at a bare minimum experienced, meaning they observed it or were around when Chris Stapps was going through the 3-on-3 workouts. None of them were encouraged by that. Like, none of them. Like, if you actually watch, like, and I'm sorry I don't have the clips queued up here, but I think Brandin Podziemski was interviewed, Steve Kerr was interviewed, and none of them were proclaiming with confidence, oh, he looked great. Like, none of them were saying that. All of them were like, yeah, he worked out. That's all they were saying, man. Just acknowledging that it happened. That's the extent of what they were going with, man. All I'm saying is be very cautious about your expectation, Tingis Pingis, because there's a very strong possibility
Tingis Pingis
it is not going to play much. I just be ready for that. It's tachycardia. Jesus Christ, man. That's
brings us back to the question of why did they make that trade? And I mean,
salary. Just save money because he's on an expiring deal and he's off the books after the season. The team's ultimate goal is 2027, a clean slate. Why they're so on a mission for that, I don't know, because the market with all the free agents that may or may not be out there, first of all, it's not as great as advertised, in my opinion. And secondly, what makes you think you're in the hunt for these guys? They're like every other team is also clearing their slate for 2027. You think you can compete with the LA teams, the Miamis, like even New York, who at least is a contender, the Texas teams who are title contenders now and could maybe promise a chance at a ring. You're not in competition with these guys for free agents. Like your best player is going to be 40. Like I don't like, and this is what they're rolling with. I don't understand what's going on here. All I do know is that's what they're aiming for, is a clean slate in 2027. For what? I don't know exactly, but that's the plan.
Yeah, it's interesting. But I had I don't know, while you're talking to the other caller, I came across this quote. Steve Kerr in 2012, he actually wrote this article in Grantland, it seems.
Steve Kerr wrote it?
It seems that way, yeah. It's a whole piece here. I can send the link, but basically,
what's the headline?
So the headline, he's just basically talking about the case for the 20-year age limit in the NBA.
I found your story. Hold on, I'll share this. Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. I'll share the visual for the audience.
So just one of the captions from that article that I found on Reddit was basically saying, why should NBA franchises assume the responsibility and financial burden of player development when once upon a time colleges happily assumed that role for them? So, I mean, you go through this whole article and he's basically just complaining about player development, players coming in, they're immature and they don't know anything about managing money.
Well, yeah, right here it says for his first point for why he believes that there should be a 20-year-old age limit in the NBA. He writes right here, unfortunately, there's a collective immaturity that troubles me, especially with some of the league's more talented players. Many enter the NBA as child prodigies, physically gifted, but lacking any concept of how hard the day-to-day work is, or even how the NBA functions as a whole. True story. I once had an extremely young teammate ask me when our Christmas break was. He then became visibly shocked and saddened after learning that we didn't get to go home for a week or so. Another time, a different young player asked me how the NBA's playoff format worked. We entered the first round of the postseason, and he had no idea what best of 5 meant. These were players who were ready to be professional athletes. Does that matter? That's a weird one. Like, does it matter? Why does it matter if like a young player doesn't understand the format of a first round basketball series? That's a weird one to me. Thanks for raising awareness about this. I'm reading this whole thing. Did not know this article existed.
Yeah, me neither. And I mean, it's kind of telling on what his perspective is on young players and their development. I guess unless your name is Podziemski, I'm assuming Podziemski is what he would view as being this mature kind of player that has all this experience. I mean, he had lots of college experience, fair enough, and he was running a team, whatever, in college. But I mean, it's just a weird kind of perspective to have when he has this other quote talking about players growing up in AAU environment and they're not focused on practicing. So I mean, his quote there was,
"Oh my God,
teams play game after game, sometimes winning or losing 4 times in one day. Very rarely do teams ever hold a practice." So I mean, he's obviously stressing the importance of teams when they're developing players when they're very young to actually practice. But
they call me crazy. This article reveals a lot about his thinking. Like, for example, his thoughts on player development. This is Steve Kerr, quote, why should, and real quick, does this make sense? All right, play through the grapevine on this. I did not know this article existed. But real quickly here, Steve Kerr on player development, quote, why should NBA franchises assume the responsibility and financial burden of player development when, once upon a time, colleges happily assumed that role for them? Think about the 1980s when the best college players usually played at least 2 or 3 years before entering the draft. Stars like Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson used their college time to hone their leadership skills, improve their games, and deal with real pressure. They learned how to deal with media scrutiny, how to handle game pressure, even how to handle success and failure under a pretty sizable spotlight. By the time they were drafted, they were ready to succeed at the highest level and compete for titles immediately. And then he goes on to showcase numbers of Bird, Magic, and Jordan, and then compares the numbers with stats of Kevin Garnett, Kobe Bryant, Dwight Howard, and LeBron James, players who came to the NBA straight out of high school. Goddamn, this makes when you hear these words, it makes a hell of a lot of sense in terms of his approach with Kuminga and young players in general. He's always had this disdain for players who skip college or don't go that route. And I mean, maybe there's like just a lot of like weird little biases that he has in his own mind pertaining to younger players. That's revealing stuff. Good find.
It seems that way, and I don't know. Like, it's clear that because I found another post, and sorry, Shardell, for taking so long, but
no, ignore. You're fine. You're fine. Keep going.
No, that he's talking about AAU and teams rarely holding practice, and I already kind of went through what he was saying with that. But I mean, recently he's talking about how based on the NBA schedule, teams don't practice anymore. I mean, he said we don't practice anymore. So we have to develop. So I'm quoting directly from this. We have to develop these 19-year-old kids who are coming into the league without much practice time. I mean, he admits there I'm not great at that. So I lean on the young coaches. But I mean, it's interesting. So he's got all of this talk about practice being important, this early life experience being important in terms of college and being able to, I guess, understand how the world works. I guess he thinks that's very important for playing basketball for some reason. But
well, I get it. I mean, I get the logic. I do. And I'm not saying that Kerr's wrong, but at the same time, it's like, look, the world is not, it doesn't, most things in this world are not clean and fit perfectly. You got to adjust. And so if you get a player who doesn't have this perfect pedigree that you write about here, maybe adjust your teaching to achieve success. And what Kerr's approach, I feel like, with these young players is you either do it my way or you're out. And great teacher. What an awesome teacher that the Warriors have. A guy who comes in and goes my way or the highway. It's like awesome. Great leadership coach.
Yeah, but I mean, like
Jesus Christ, man. It's
his way is clearly, I want these guys to come in as a finished product. And I don't want to put any effort in.
He's lazy. He's a very lazy guy. Yeah. He is insanely lazy, and his former players have attested to that. Like he's not, and it's a huge reason why a lot of players don't mind playing for him, because he doesn't micromanage, provided you're not some youngster who is raw. If you're a veteran, he typically doesn't micromanage, but at the same time, like when your job is to teach youngsters and develop them, which has like been the primary focal point for what's wrong with his leadership. You got to actually do some work, and he doesn't want to do work. He wants to watch White Lotus and play fantasy basketball. And any final thoughts? They call me crazy. We've been going for a long ass time tonight. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, not too much. I mean, just circling back to that initial point, where do we see this team going? So, I mean, I think most of us agree that we want to head for that draft, get some young talent there. But if we're going that way, and I mean, it seems like that's the only realistic option for this team, can we expect those players to get any development in this environment? And who are they going to try to pick in the draft?
Yeah,
based on these expectations from the coaching staff. And then also, who's going to want to join this team after this article's come out and this whole kind of debacle has been going on for these past few years? Because I mean, we haven't been great for free agents in the past few years, but imagine now. Anyway, that's
and again, Barber, we've had this conversation before, saying how many coaches since 1975, you must have a long list of shitty coaches and teams. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, man. Every association, every level, every sport, it's different. In the NBA, from my observation of this game over the years, and I think Rick Barry confirmed this, Tim Hardaway confirmed this. I think you heard a lot from Gary Payton in that clip right there. In the NBA, your biggest job as a coach is to not F it up. You're like you should, like, if a coach is coming into the job and their idea is, I'm going to revolutionize this shit and we're going to win because of my style and my leadership, you are set up to fail, because that is not what is needed from you as an NBA coach. What's needed from you is play the right people, play them at the right time, make sure things are copacetic, don't F it up. And Steve Kerr for 4 years now has been effing it up by his tinkering and his minutes. I mean, he can't figure that shit out. So here we are. I get we've been going very long here. They call me crazy. I want to wrap it up. Any final thoughts?
No, that's all. I'm ready for the final event.
All right, brother. Nice meeting you. I don't know if you've been on the show before.
I've been in the chat. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I've been in the chat. Not on
the chat, but never on this show in terms of communicating with me interpersonally. So nice to meet you. And come back if you want.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Have a good night. And here we go. We'll wrap it up with a scoreboard check. A lot of games in the association tonight. So without further ado, it's time for the Danger Zone with the greatest stay-at-home son that I know.
Stay-at-home son.
Shardal, we've been going very long. I'm tired. We're going to fly through this. But first and foremost, obviously, how are you doing?
Hi, Sai. How are you doing tonight on this late night edition of Golden Days? And I'm a big fan of your channel. And you make some great content videos on the platform. As the San Antonio Spurs dismantled the Golden State Warriors by a final score 126-113 from Chase Center in San Francisco, California. The loss was definitely a tough pill to swallow, especially with San Antonio coming on such a hot streak, extending their winning streak to 6 games against an impressive Spurs squad consisting of Victor Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes, and Dylan Harper.
How are you doing? How's life? Did you do anything today, or did you go to work, or?
I didn't go to. I don't start work. I don't know when I start work.
And when you say you don't know when, it's because you work at Great America still. Is that correct?
They haven't gone back to me.
So what does a day in Shardal's life entail since you're not working?
My day in my life is I'm 29. I have a tuxedo cat named Buster.
Posey.
I love to watch musicals.
That's a new one. What do you mean we like to watch? You mean like Mary Poppins, or what are we talking about here?
Mary Poppins, Sound of Music, Little Shop of Horrors.
What about High School Musical 1, 2, and 3?
I like the original I like Broadway musicals.
Okay, but High School Musical, that's the line?
No, that doesn't meet the category.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's like Sound of Music, Lion King, Back to the Future, Little Shop of Horrors.
I feel
not Disney musicals, like actual Broadway musicals, like in New York City.
Did you ever see the South Park episode on musicals?
I haven't watched it. I'm definitely gonna watch that after I get off this live.
The summary of the episode, and since you actually enjoy musicals, maybe you can attest to this. And who knows? For all we know, it's strictly comedy, and there's no truth to this. But the episode, what it inferred is that there's subtext within all the musicals, and the subtext is designed to get women to pleasure men. Is there any truth to that?
There's somewhat truth in that.
Are you just saying that, or are you being serious?
I'm being serious.
What do you base that on? I honestly thought I did not expect you to say that. I thought you were going to say hell no. What do you base that on?
I don't have any basis on it.
Okay. So maybe. Okay. So you're just guessing.
You should definitely watch the musical Little Shop of Horrors. I'll give a synopsis of the movie. It's basically about this man-eating plant called RG2. And there's this character named Seymour, who's portrayed by Rick Moranis.
Feed me, Seymour.
And he builds a man-eating plant, and it causes havoc. It wants human blood. It feeds off of human blood.
Shardal, I give you sunshine. I give you rain.
Nothing but dirt.
Dude, Little Shop of Horrors, I haven't seen that since I was a kid. And the songs of that movie always stick in my head. I don't know why. I love
that's
that movie,
one of my favorite Broadway musicals. I can go back on YouTube and listen to all the songs, but I really like the prologue. You know, like the prologue to Little Shop of Horrors when all the three Ronette sisters sing the song and introduce the musical. That's a good song to listen to. And Dentist.
And and Bill Murray and Steve Martin. It's a great movie. And the great Rick Moranis, who sadly has been out of the public eye for decades because he lost his wife and just his heart's broken, and that was that. And I get it. So hope Rick is doing well out there. Supposedly he's coming back in Spaceballs 2. Which I'm anticipating. All right, so you ready to go to the scoreboard?
My top 5 Broadway musicals are number 1, Little Shop of Horrors. Number 2, Sound of Music. Number 3, The Lion King. Number 4, The Phantom of the Opera. And number 5, Hamilton.
Hamilton's a good one. I saw that one live. That's a good one too. Okay, let's go through the scores and get the hell out of here.
Let's go over the
February 11th. It's technically now February 12th. We start in Charlotte with the Hornets.
Let's go over the scoreboard and wrap up the show for the night.
Yes, I want to get out of here. Brandon Miller, 31 points, 9 rebounds as the Hornets are back on the winning track after their 9-game winning streak was snapped the other day against Detroit in a game that was marred. I don't know if marred's the right word. It was very entertaining, but it had an action-packed brawl mixed in. Beef Stew getting a 7-game suspension, far lower than I anticipated. The NBA with some leniency. Jalen Duren, I believe, got a 2-game suspension. Diabatu got a 4-game suspension. Anyways, the Hornets back on the winning track. They beat the Hawks tonight in Charlotte to improve to 26-29. The Hawks were led by Jalen Johnson, 19 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 assist shy of a triple-double in the loss. The Hawks dropped to 26 and 30. The Cavaliers, 138-113 winners tonight over the Washington Wizards. Sam Merrill, 32 points in the win for the Cavaliers, who improved to 34-21. The Wizards dropping to 14-39. Champagny, 12 points, 8 rebounds, 3 steals in the loss for the Wizards.
So for So for the Cleveland Cavaliers game today, the giveaway were James Harden beards. Like the beards that James Harden wears, so you get to look like James Harden.
I saw Gab Goody wearing one at the Cavs game tonight. So, yeah, good knowledge, Shardall. Elsewhere, the Milwaukee Bucks. We talked about this earlier. Cam Thomas making his debut for his new team and a successful debut at that. The Bucks beating the Magic in Orlando, 116-108 to improve to 22-30. The Magic dropping to 28-25, 34 points in Cam Thomas's debut. Desmond Bane had 31 points in the loss. The Boston Celtics, the Warriors' next opponent next week after the All-Star break. They were winners tonight at home, hosting the Chicago Bulls. 124-105 the final. Peyton Pritchard, 26 points, 8 assists in the win for the Celtics, who improved to 35-19. The Bulls dropped to 24-31. Buzelis, 15 points, 8 rebounds in the loss. The Indiana Pacers beating the Brooklyn Nets tonight, 115-110 in Brooklyn. I don't know who M. Potter is. Do you know who M. Potter is, Shardall?
So M. Potter's Micah Potter.
Yes.
I think that's somebody that the Pacers got in a trade.
Good. Look at you tonight. You're spitting facts, man. I'm proud of you. Micah Potter. Micah Potter. He's 27. It's his 4th season.
So I have breaking news. So Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons is suspended for 30 games. He's done for the 2025-2026 season.
I just said 7 games. Where did you come up with 30?
He got suspended for 30 games. He got involved in a scuffle.
I know that, but the news came out today that he got suspended for 7. Where are you getting 30 from?
I looked on Google and it said 30.
Okay, that's not correct. It was 7. Anyways.
Then why is Google saying 30?
Because Google by itself you shouldn't trust. You got to trust find the name and or organization of the story. Don't just trust Google. That alone will not be accurate. But you were right about Micah Potter, who got traded from the Utah Jazz to the Pacers, and he was your top performer tonight. 19 points, 12 rebounds for the Pacers, who improved to 15-40. The Nets dropping to 15-38. Darren Sharp, I think that's his name. The Nets have so many randos. Who's D Sharp? Dayron Sharp, I apologize.
So Isaiah Stewart is suspended for 7 games, not 30. I don't know where I got the 30 from. I just went on Google and I researched it. It said 7 games.
There you go, bud. And Day'Ron Sharpe, 19 points, 12 rebounds in the win. He's been a solid pickup for the Nets, even though they lost. The New York Knicks are back on the winning track and then some after that little slide they had a few weeks ago. 138-89 winners tonight, blowing out the Philadelphia 76ers in the first game of the national doubleheader that the Warriors concluded in the nightcap. The Knicks improving to 35-20. The Sixers dropping to 30-24. Jose Alvarado, what a fantastic pickup for them.
So when
26 points, 26 points, 5 steals tonight. Tyrese Maxey, 32 points in the loss. Yes, Shardal.
So when Isaiah Stewart got involved in that scuffle, what happened? Like, did a player did he get heated in the moment? He snapped at another player.
You haven't seen the highlights yet?
I haven't seen the scuffle.
It's worth seeing for yourself. It's fun. It's a fun one. Basically, Miles Bridges and Jalen Duren were and again, this was an extension of Jalen Duren and Diabate originally going at it. Miles Bridges decides to get in the mix, and then Beef Stew comes off the bench charging at Miles Bridges, and even got some punches in there. But he got suspended. You can't leave the bench. That's an old David Stern rule. The Detroit Pistons, 113-95 winners tonight over the Toronto Raptors. That was a good one in Toronto. The Pistons improving to 40-13 on the year. The Raptors dropping to 32-23. Cade Cunningham, 28 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists in the win for Detroit. Scotty Barnes, 17 points, 7 rebounds, 3 steals in the loss to Detroit. What? And the Raptors dropping to 32-23. We're getting there. The Clippers, 105-102 winners tonight over the Houston Rockets in Houston. Kawhi Leonard, 27 points, 12 boards, 4 steals in the win. Kevin Durant, 21 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists for the Rockets, who dropped to 33-20. The Clippers, within 2 games of the Warriors, 26-28. Is their record now. That is the big danger for the Warriors in the standings. What helped the Warriors tonight, though, was Minnesota beating Portland, another team trying to catch up to Golden State. The Timberwolves winning tonight 133-109. Their record now 34-22 after the home win. The Trailblazers dropping to 26-29 in the loss. Drew Holiday, 23 points in the loss. Julius Randle, 41 points, 7 rebounds in the win. Shardal, what do you want to happen for the Warriors in the postseason? Because right now they are the 8th seed, and they currently sit 3 games in the loss column behind Phoenix for the 7th seed, and they sit 2 games in the loss column ahead of the Clippers for the 9th seed, and then Portland is 3 games back of the Warriors in the loss column. They are the 10th seed. In your opinion, what do you want the Warriors to do? Like what seed do you think would work out best for them?
So I predicted that the Warriors would end the season with a 44-28 record, which would make them fall somewhere in between the 7th and 8th seed in the standings. I'm very wary that prediction might not come out to be true. It might not be 44-28.
You're probably right.
That's my prediction. It might not be. It might not come out. It might not be true. It might not come out to be true.
And that's sure. Say hi to Manny, by the way, who's joining us from Orlando, and he really wants Brandin Podziemski traded. $1.99 donation for Manny tonight. Thank you, brother. Shardal, do you have anything to say to Manny?
It's great. It's great that you're always on the show. We love having you. We love having to hear your insight. It's amazing to hear what you have to say. I want to trade Podziemski. I don't want Podziemski on this team anymore. I rather he get traded, man. The Warriors keep Steve Kerr puts out these small, tiny lineups every night and puts Podziemski as a starter. I'm like, Podziemski should not deserve to be the starter.
You can't play Tattoo and expect to win games. I mean, look at this guy. Does this guy look like an NBA player? Yeah, exactly. No, Tattoo is not an NBA player, yet Steve Kerr thinks these guys can play. It's utterly insane.
That video clip that you showed me right now, that looks like something from the movie The Little Rascals.
It's from Fantasy Island. Have you ever seen that show?
I haven't seen that show.
It's an old school 70s show.
But that character looks like somebody's from the that character, that clip that you showed me, it reminds me of somebody from Little Rascals because he looks like a little goofy little boy with the suit on and a tie.
Not the alfalfa,
talking
but
goofy.
the other one. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, the other one.
Spreewell was right, dropping $1.99, saying beating, tanking, and injured teams only. It's easy to see. You're absolutely right, Professor. And again, friendly reminder, happy hour this Friday. Stay tuned. Follow us on socials for the time. Armando, thank you, brother, for the donation. Let's get through the scoreboard. We're almost there. Next up, the Miami Heat. A stacked lineup of games tonight. The Miami Heat defeating the New Orleans Pelicans 123-111 to improve to 29-27. The Pelicans dropping to 15-41. Zion Williamson 25 points in the loss. Bam Adebayo 27 points, 14 rebounds, 4 blocks in the win. The OKC Thunder helping the Warriors out, defeating the Phoenix Suns. Final score 136-109 in the desert. Jalen Williams, 28 points in the win. Dylan Brooks, 23 points in the loss. The Suns dropping to 32-23. The Thunder improving to a league best 42-13. 2 more games. Chardol, you ready?
I'm ready.
The Utah Jazz. Did you make up with your buddy, by the way?
The
Utah Jazz guy?
I made up with him, and we're friends again. We have no bitter we have no bitter hate for each other anymore.
Good.
We've
so
shaken
you're not
hands.
calling him a soulless ginger anymore?
I will never. Me and him are friends, and I'll never call him anything like that because he means a lot to me, and I'll never say anything bad to him.
Good. As long as you don't get upset, right?
You'll probably consider unbanning me from his channel.
As long as he doesn't piss you off, you'll never say anything bad about
him.
So
right? My friend will consider unbanning me.
What do you mean consider? Why hasn't he done it yet?
He's thinking about it. Whether I want to unban you.
Well, tell him if he doesn't unban you, now he's going to have this entire program upset at him. So
yeah, so he's considering unbanning me.
Good. Don't let gingers
you probably
bully
you probably will never unban me ever.
Don't let gingers bully you, Chardol.
He'll keep me banned.
Those gingers, they don't have a soul.
That's why I come on other people's channels because I feel more safe. I feel like other channels are more of a safe space. You don't feel like you're being bullied by somebody.
Splithead 76 in the chat saying Manu Ginobili is proof that you don't have to start to be in a primary role. I literally have this Greg Popovich clip for that exact reason.
If Manu Ginobili can come off the bench, anybody can, and I don't want to hear it.
And I had that saved for back in the Klay Thompson days. But little did we know that Klay Thompson was getting benched for Brandin Podziemski.
I'm very excited for NBA All-Star Weekend. I'm gonna be watching all 3 of the events. I'm gonna be watching the AT&T Slam Dunk Contest. I'm gonna be watching the Castro Rising Stars, and the Castro Rising Stars. And there's a HBCU Classic as well, part of NBA All-Star Weekend.
Are you interested in those things or no?
I'm interested in those things. I like learning about HBCUs.
Okay, all right.
Historically black colleges and universities.
I like that. We got 2 more games. We're almost there. We brought up the Utah Jazz, and I'm glad you and your friend, the soulless ginger, have made up. The Utah Jazz 121-93 winners tonight over a hapless Sacramento Kings team, and so I say hapless. Yes.
There's a South Park episode where he says ginger kids have no souls.
Correct. Well, that's a running joke. I don't know where that joke even came from. And side note,
and then I told my friend,
anybody. Yes.
Do you have? And I said, and I made a joke that I said you're a ginger kid and you don't have a soul. And then he told me like I do have a soul. I'm not a soulless ginger.
With that joke. It's been a joke for like decades, if not centuries.
Ginger I have no kids idea have why
gingers don't have souls, but I like.
But my friend does have a soul, so he's a soulless
he does. Okay,
ginger.
Because to the best, from what I understand, gingers are born without one, and then some of them are blessed with one as they get older. Others just live their whole life soulless, and that sounds like a depressing existence. Doesn't that sound kind of sad to you?
Depressing for saying that ginger kids have no souls.
Well, it's a sad fact, Chardol.
Then why do people make a joke out of it?
I know.
You know, like ginger kids have no souls.
I know. It's a
they
mean
try
joke.
And make
it's a mean
joke.
It's a very mean joke. I agree.
And
look,
I told my friend, I made that joke to my friend, and my friend didn't find it to be offensive.
Good. That means your friend has a good sense of humor.
I said, "Did ginger kids have no souls?" I was laughing about it with him, and he actually came back and did the same. He laughed with me too.
Good. He has a sense of humor. That's good. Maybe he doesn't have a soul though. Maybe that's why he has a sense of humor. I don't know. We'll find out. And then you have Young West.
I think you have a sense of humor too.
And then Young West with another like just old school like borderline offensive line saying getting beaten like a redheaded stepson.
I think you have a sense of humor too.
Bashing. Oh my goodness.
I think you have a sense of humor too. You laugh at your own jokes. Self-deprecating humor.
Fable JVC in our chat saying gingers are the only white people that can use some soul glow.
I have to give you kudos. You do a great job laughing at your own jokes.
Do you know what soul glow is, Chardol?
I don't even know what that is.
Just let your soul glow. It's from Coming to America. All right,
we're having so much fun together.
The Utah Jazz were winners tonight. The Sacramento Kings mired in a 14-game losing streak. That includes tonight. Is it Devin Carter? Is that his name? He had 19 points in the loss tonight. Let me confirm that real fast. Is it Devin? Devin Carter, it is. But I got that right. He had 19 points. Jaren Jackson Jr. dropping 23 in the win for Utah. Gives the Jazz a chance to shake off some of those tanking accusations. It's been so blatant on their part. And last but not least, the Denver Nuggets, 122-116.
So the Sacramento Kings got their ass kicked by the Utah Jazz. 121-93. The Sacramento Kings dropped to 12-44 in the standings. They're one of the worst teams. They're a freaking clown show organization led by Vivek Ranadive, who is one of the biggest clowns I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that guy should wear a clown makeup, and I should make a clown. I should go to ChatGPT and ask him to make a Vivek Ranadive in a clown suit, and then make that as my profile picture.
It would be funny. Did you see
Vivek?
Would
that be so? I bet if you go to Gemini and you ask ChatGPT to create an image of Vivek Ranadive in a clown suit, I bet it would be able to create an image of Vivek Ranadive in a clown suit.
Did you see the clip of Vivek? He was sitting courtside. This was in Sacramento. It was, I think, James Harden's first game with the Cavaliers. Don't quote me on that. It was one of his first, at least. And so the Cavs and Kings are playing. Vivek has some rapper. Did you know the story, Chardol?
So Vivek Ranadive's daughter, Anjali Ranadive, is a dancer. She's gorgeous. Her daughter, Vivek Ranadive's younger daughter, she is gorgeous.
But did you see? But I'm not talking about. Well, I've never seen a picture. I believe you.
No, but she's her daughter. The owner.
That's not what I know. She's the one who was the former GM of the G League team, correct?
G League of the G League team.
So I want to show you this clip, and look, if for any reason you folks can't see this in the recorded version, forgive me. Maybe there'll be it might have to get taken down. But for those who don't know, Vivek, in an attempt to be one of the cool guys, invites Travis Scott, the musician. Do you know who that is?
Travis Scott. I'm a big fan of Travis Scott.
Oh, good, okay.
It's the same rapper who sang Sicko Mode.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of Travis Scott.
So Vivek, how do you pronounce his last name?
Travis Scott, and they also
Vivek,
made
Vivek
Ranadive, and for Travis Scott, they also made a McDonald's meal based on Travis Scott, like the Travis Scott meal at McDonald's.
So Vivek Ranadive decides to invite Travis Scott to sit courtside with him. What Vivek didn't know is that Travis Scott and James Harden are apparently very good friends. James Harden, look, man, the guy likes to party. He probably knows everybody. And Vivek just got ditched. Have you seen this clip show at all?
I'm gonna watch this clip, but I bet this clip is very entertaining to watch.
Well, it's just that it makes Vivek look bad because Vivek's trying to be all cool and Travis Scott just ditches him. Watch, here's the clip. Hi, Vivek.
So when Vivek Ranadive
Peace out, Vivek.
Invited Travis Scott to sit courtside, Vivek Ranadive was saying, "What am I caught into? Like, what is this? What is this thing I got myself into?" And he was laughing his balls off because he was like, "What is this? Like, Travis Scott and James Harden are friends, and I'm caught in the middle of these two." Like,
yes.
He was just like, where am I got myself into? Like, what is this thing? Like,
yeah,
I've never been involved in this situation before, involving a very famous rapper.
Well, one final game, and we're officially in the All-Star break. The Denver Nuggets 122-116 winners tonight over the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies dropping to 20-33. The Nuggets improving to 35-20. Nikola Jokic, another triple-double, 26 points, 15 rebounds, 11 assists in the win. Gigi Jackson, 21 points in the loss. That is your scoreboard. We went over the standings already. Shardal, any final thoughts?
So viewers, make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm at 523 subscribers. I'm on the road to 600. Make sure to subscribe to Golden Days. He's at 5,190 subscribers. 810 subs away from 6,000.
Stay at home, son.
Just all you got to do is subscribe to SGA Sports Talk channel, and you will be in the danger zone.
I make some really great content on my YouTube channel. If you like the Warriors, if you like the Giants, if you like the 49ers, and you like Sharks content, please go over there in my YouTube channel. Smash that like button. Hit that like button. Smash that subscribe button. And ring that notification bell so you'll be updated when I go live on my channel. And make sure to do that for Sai as well. Hit that like button, smash that subscribe button, ring that notification bell. You don't want to miss anything Sai has on the channel. Before I leave the show, the final score, the San Antonio Spurs, 126. The Golden State Warriors, 113. And I'll give you my score prediction for the Warriors and Celtics game after the All-Star break.
Okay.
Warriors 155, Celtics 100.
Beautiful.
It's great being on the show. Thanks for making me the closer. I'll look forward to seeing you back after the All-Star break for the Golden State Warriors and Boston Celtics postgame show.
Beautiful. And stay tuned. We're gonna have a bunch of shows during the break, but enjoy the break. Shardal, love you. Love everybody.
I'll enjoy the break, and I'll see you on February 19th for Golden State and Boston.
You're crazy, man. You're crazy. I like you, but you're crazy.